Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, September the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, a moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That will help. Thank you, guys. Dev. All right. Well, just as a historical note, in case you guys don't know, September is the worst performing month historically. Now, whether that happens this month, we don't know, but that just to let you know, September is the worst performing month historically. So that's in comparison with all the other months, of course. So let's take a look at Manu. Remember Manu? Remember Manu? The deal was done. They was going to be sold for sure, this time for sure. And now look what's happened. Report that the Glazer family is not looking to sell the club, and they think they can get a better deal. What are they saying? 2025. Of course, this is just posturing, perhaps trying to get a better deal out of this the guys who are looking to put the bid together. Anyway, the stock has now fallen 12%. That's why just because you hear that a takeover is happening, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. Now we've got some China stocks that are popping this morning, and we're getting a bit of a theme. I can't remember which the one was last week, but I can't remember the China stock that had that put TikTok in their PR, going to do something with TikTok. Now we got a couple of more this morning. GDC is what do they say? Expanding into live streaming interactive games on TikTok. That is GDC, and then the other one was Verb, VERB. See if it's still hanging in there. Yeah, it's actually right at the top. Verb. And they say completed the launch, technology integration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. TikTok. So again, this seems to be the new theme now. Stocks putting TikTok in their PR, and that's causing them to give up a bit of a pop. I can't remember which the one was last week. Somebody in the room will remember. HSDT. HSDT. This is a well, another one, guys. Another crazy low float. Crazy low float, and they've regained that Nasdaq compliance. Yeah, so they gained compliance with all applicable Nasdaq listing criteria. Of course, they've done a reverse split. I don't know when they did it, but look at that float: 542,000 shares in the float, and that's the HSDT. CLRB, CLRB. Now, this is sort of interesting because typically on this sort of news, the stock would crater, but they've announced that up to $103 million private placement. Somebody is willing to put $103 million. It's actually led by existing investor Rosalind with participation, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a whack of money coming into CLRB. Now it says up to. I don't know. So we don't know exactly what it's going to be, but up to approximately $103 million in private placement financing for CLRB. TCOM. Now, there are very few earnings plays. TCOM is one. TCOM, TCOM, China stock, gapping down on earnings. Now it's popped. No, not really that much. Looks a little better than it actually did. Got down to $38. It's up to 39 now, but it's still down 3%. Not too many earnings plays. The overall China market is weak. KWeb. Take a look at KWeb. Fairly weak. It's down 1.8%. ZLab. Not very much volume yet, but here's another China stock, guys. Another China stock. And let's see. It seems to be a sympathy play with Segan and Genmab. Okay, well, this looks like some kind of a partnership into China. Anyway, there's Z-Lab, guys. Z-Lab, big gap up, 13%. Not much volume yet. China, and it's on a low float, 97 million. No sound. Well, I got a couple of yeses saying you could hear me, so you guys can still hear me, I hope. I hope we're not having this issue again. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, YouTube is fine. I just had somebody in our other room saying they had no sound. Typically, that you just have to refresh, but of course, you won't know that if your first time in the room. CRMT, CRMT, CRMT. Take a look at this one. Is it still hanging in there? A lot of these, I see, and then when I look at them, 15 minutes later, they've given up. Yeah, like this one. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm completely wrong. This is a gap down on earnings. It's just that there's not very much volume. America's Car Mart. So this is a gap. That's a big gap down on earnings, but there's just not that much volume yet. Okay, that is a CRMT. And this was gapping up a bit. SSU. I wonder if this is no. See that again. When I saw it was up to 199. It's pulled back down to 119. It's not a low float. It's a German stock. Don't quite know why this. I don't see any news on this one. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. SSU. Now the trade of the week is Fisker. FSR. Fisker is the trade of the week. And suggested entry is $6.01, basically above, well, right at Friday's high. Now, to me, looking at this one, the next area that it could stall could be not that far away, 616, and then you've got the 200-day moving average. So just bear that in mind. NCNC, is it old news? Let's see, NCNC. In our Neil in our YouTube room is asking, is this old news? Noco and 3Dom Alliance Group announced batteries equipped with XCPA. Well, it's a press release today. I don't know if it's old news, but it is a press release today. Hasn't done anything for the stock, though. Now, I don't anticipate too many upgrades and downgrades this morning just because of the Labor Day weekend, but let's take a look. Oh, I'm wrong. Hmm, Actually, I'm quite wrong. Quite a few upgrades, quite a few downgrades. So let me get a few of them in, see if there's anything interesting. Yeah, a lot of upgrades, a lot of downgrades. It's like they've all gone back to work. They meaning the analysts. There are a bunch of brokerage firms getting. I'm sorry. I was saying. Take a look at BDC just for fun. Goldman has upgraded them from from 93 to 117. Let's see where they are right now. Yeah, okay, well, this is still quite a bit under 117, isn't it? So Goldman has upgraded BDC from 93 to 117. That's BDC. And it doesn't mean it's going to get to 117, but interesting. A lot of the ones that we're seeing for the last few weeks, we see what the upgrade, where the target price was, and the stock was already there or above it, so it really didn't matter. But this one obviously has got room, and that is BDC. Actually, Goldman is fairly active this morning with their upgrades so far. It's the biggest one that I can see in terms of potential move. Just one moment, please. Okay, that's about it. I'm just looking, just trying to find if there's anything interesting. I'm just looking at these price targets, see if there are any huge variation from the current price. That's the only one I could really find, and that is the B. Gotta scroll up the BDC. Now let's take a look at the downgrades. What I'm looking for right now, two things I look for. I look for to see if there's one stock that has either been multiply upgraded or downgraded by different investment firms. I don't see that today. Then the other thing I'm looking for to see if there's any dramatic difference in where they're putting a target price, the current price. And the only one I could find was that one from Goldman. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning as we start the month of September. Now we're in for a mildly negative open to begin with. SPY is down a little bit. Let's take a look at the sectors, what's happening with them. I'm going to, from our toolbar, click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. Scroll down until I see Show More, and then Sector Status. So, interesting. The big weight, obviously, is in technology and communication, so especially technologies that is driving the SPY down. But let's take a look what you're seeing here. These are the major sectors. XLE is a major ETF for energy. 91% in green. What does that mean? That means 91% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. So consumer staples, 76%, etc. But you'll take a look at technology, 80% of them are down. Communications, 90% of them are down from Friday's close. And as always, just want to check the ones that were definitely down below the 200-day moving average, see what they're doing now. There's consumer staples, and you can see on my daily chart, that blue line is the 200-day moving average, and you can see a big red bar on Friday. So again, moving away. In a few days, it was trying to move towards the 200-day. A big red bar, red candle on Friday, moving away now again. The other one, retail, Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, retail XRT. So XRT is above the 200-day moving average, barely. Healthcare was another one that was, I think it was drifting down towards it. Yeah, you can see it's drifting down towards that 200-day. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Like industrials are comfortably above. Can't even say there's in fact they're starting to move away from the 200-day moving average. These days we had starting to drift down towards it. Now starting to move away from the 200-day moving average. Materials was the one that was getting close. I think. Yeah, so it was sitting right on it, and then the last week, a nice little surge above. The next LY above, and now I know the communications and technology definitely above. Yeah, safely above, and then there's technology, XLK. Okay. Financials, that's the other one, of course. How could I forget financials? That was another one that was getting close. Yeah, so again, last week it sat on it for a little bit and moved away. Yeah, don't tell me. Well, I don't know, guys. I'm kicked off then if you guys are, because I did a sound check. Over the weekend, I had some people listen to me and they said it was fine. And my internet is fine. Hmm. Well, I don't know what to do. I can switch ports again intermittently just to see whether or not that helps for a while. Let me just do that now. Switch ports. All right, guys, I'm now back again after switching ports. So PR, what's PR do? PR, well, PR actually is an all-time high. PR is an all-time high. Permian Resources, Stifle maintains coverage with a buy, and maybe they want a bigger price target. $20 price target for PR. Not a silly question, Stephen. So the question is, how do I get a separate? In other words, why when I click on an alert does this buy not change? So if you right click on a chart, if you right click on a chart, really only two options. Okay, so if you right click on a chart and scroll down to where it says properties, and then this box will pop up, and one of the options is symbol linking. Okay, so if it's checked, if you uncheck it, then your chart won't change. Okay, so that's number one. And in order to load a chart, you just click on new and then chart window. Okay. And then if I don't want this one to change, I just right click. I can go to properties, and right now it is unchecked. Symbol linking is unchecked. Okay, so that's all you do. Basically, two options: symbol linking is checked or it is unchecked. I don't think so, Paradox. It was another. Well, it's possible. It is possible. The stock last week, it had TikTok. They said we're doing something with TikTok. It might have been JNS. Boy, it's weird. Some of you guys are finding it bad sound, and some aren't. I am very, very. I just don't know what to do because I did do checking over the weekend with a couple of people, and we talked for about 10 minutes, and it was fine. They said it was perfect. So I don't know. All right, let's take a look. Okay, CRKN, that really popped up early, but it has pulled back a lot. Still up 18%, CRKN. A lot of volume, low float, 7 million have traded already. Low float, 1.48 million. GDC guys, GDC. So TikTok has become the new Microsoft or Amazon or Walmart. What I mean by that is a company saying they've got some kind of a deal going with in the old days, Mike could say anything to do with Microsoft, stock would pop. Now it's TikTok. So this is GDC popping because of that TikTok news. And the other one was Verb, VERB. Oscar, OSCR. Let's see, this triggered on the way down, but I don't believe it. It's just, yeah, well, maybe 1.4. A lot of shares just came into this one. The entire pre-market just came into this one right here, OSCR. Not sure what that means. Maybe it's an imbalance. Take a look what's happening with Manu, see if there's any sort of bounce. So Manu is now below the 200-day moving average also. So the next low looking left for Manu, MANU, is 1995. So it's about $1. The next low looking left. Again, the ongoing soap opera, will they sell it or will they not sell it? This is what's happening with Manu now, MANU. Didn't mention this one. This is that SPAC that went crazy on Friday. It's UPTD. So, well, it's popping a little bit now, but remember, it's a SPAC. So, what I was really thinking could make a move today was this meds, but it's not doing anything. MEDS, not really doing anything. Again, we had these ones from last week that went absolutely crazy, low float, and some of them reaching up to, 70, $80. GDC now over four, GDC over four. So this has obviously got a ton of room. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 530, is 534. I don't see Verb following GDC yet. ERD, both of them with TikTok in their press releases. Verb pulled back quite a bit. GDC did not. So I don't know if that means that the GDC press release was more important, quote unquote, than the Verb. Also, Verb is coming into a lot of resistance. So there's a huge difference, guys. If you look at Verb coming into quite a bit of resistance on the daily chart, whereas there's definitely more clear sailing for GDC. I mean, the next high, I mean, it's way up here. So that could be another contributing factor. Yeah, good morning, oil. I was going to say good morning, oil. Good morning, real. Yeah, I mean, the oilies, as you say. Let's take a look at the. You don't want to play an individual stock. You can just take a look at XLE. XLE, major ETF for energy. I did not mention this one. Okay, well, let's come right back. Okay, real cheap one. YOSH. It was up a lot in terms of a percent, but it has come right back down. Getting an exception error when loading trade ideas. Boy, you might have to. A lot of times that could be too many windows, maybe pinned windows or things like that. It's very difficult for me to know why Eagle Guy. The only thing I can think of is maybe reloading it, getting out of trade ideas, reloading it again, and see what happens. You've done that already. Is it preventing you from using the product? Sometimes it just sometimes it says getting an exception error. Do you want to continue? Yes or no? So is it actually preventing you from using trade ideas? Now, is it possible also? I don't know if you should be getting this sort of a message, but again, these exchange agreements they have to be filled out by everybody, indicating that you're a non-professional, even though you've done it before. You have to do it once a year. 1 minute. Where's William? Thank you, Goods. There's William now, or Steve. Thank you, guys. William must be taking the day off. Okay, guys. Yeah, less than a minute. Let's have a great start to this trading week. In less than a minute, it's open, so I'm going to get rid of these windows and just wait. All right, we're now open. And there's a CLRB. The CLRB, then now this is all to do with financing. They're raising a lot of money, 103 million. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. We have our first halt. Wow, on the way up too. We have our first halt of the week. UPTD, this SPAC, still negative, but it is surged from 15 now up to almost 19. I do not like ICCT. I don't see ICCT. Not a matter of not liking it. I don't haven't seen it today. Nothing. I mean, it's up 4%. I get it, but it's not a matter of not liking it. I just don't really see it. A lot of activity right off the bat, guys. My momentum scan. So there's a Z Lab. Now the Z Lab, I think, is a yeah, this is on phase three. Okay, I've got something. That's it. Okay, Z Lab is phase three. This seems to be a sympathy play more than anything. I don't know if it's specific to them. It looks like a couple of other companies that have maybe doing the same sort of thing. I have to read through this a little more carefully, but anyway, that's why now Verb is actually on the move, guys. But but coming into that potential resistance area, if we can get through that, then the next high is around a dollar 50, and that's the Verb, the ERB. Yeah, Verb just got halted. Well, guess what? That resistance didn't matter so far anyway, and that's for the VERB. A reversal here, guys. BEKE up big on Friday, moving down today. China stock, a lot of the China stocks are moving down. Okay, let's take a look at the market. So NAS is down a little, Dow is up a little, SPY is down a little to start off. CF, well, I remember when CF was a lot cheaper, but look at CF now. CF coming maybe into resistance around 80, around a dollar away. Interesting. GDC looked a lot better than Verb, but GDC is really giving it up. Where of course, while Verb is halted and has a potential to open around 140. BXMT. What does it do? Uranium? No. I was thinking of something else, obviously. BXMT, Blackstone Mortgage Trust, on the move here. Next high looking left is 23.84. Little bit of room, about 40 cents to that area. ESGG, guys, basically an all-time high. Not quite, but basically an all-time high for PSTG. I guess the all-time high is, well, it might be an all-time high unless there's something way back. Yeah, an all-time high now for PSTG, Pure Storage. Okay, TCOM earnings play starting to sink again. The volume has picked up now. The next low looking left. Again, China stocks are basically weak, and this is an earnings play. So even if the China stocks hadn't been weak, this probably would have been down anyway. Now, looks like there could be some support around 38. If it can get through that 38 level, 37.36 is the next low for TCOM, TCOM. Always amazed when I see eBay. So eBay is yeah, moving down a little bit here, guys. eBay moving down a little bit. Take a look at it. FSR. Yep. So it is. So the trigger was 601. How you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. If you do trade it, this is the trade of the week. Again, for me personally, I'm looking at this over here. The next high, 615, maybe a little close. You've got your 200-day moving average at 641. Okay, guys, Manu just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Here's another one that's just showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, QURE. This is not an all-time low. I thought it was an all-time low. QURE. What a big breakdown now. Now, interesting. They look. I mean, in theory, they look like they had good news. Wins FDA clearance of investigational new drug application. It seemed like that seems like that should be good news. Stock down 14%. Wow, Verb. Wow, how wrong was I thinking that this big area over here could have been resistance for Verb? Goes to show it's not just that. It's just that GDC looked like the one for sure compared to Verb. I don't mean because when you looked at GDC on the daily chart, it had a ton of room. This one did not. Nice short for you on the Zen. Zen. I'm sorry, Manu. I meant Manus. I meant Zen shorted Manu. All right, we have a bit of a reversal here for CABA, CABA. The next high looking left is pretty close, though. Unfortunately, 1539. That's the next high looking left for CABA, CABA. Price target announced $22 by Citigroup. Okay, well, there you go. That is probably the reason why this has popped. Well, I'll tell you, if that weren't there, that high right there, I mean, that's last week's high, 1539 for CABA, CABA. Mm, well done in the Manu. Holy smokes, look at that Manu. Underneath 20. Next low looking left looks like it's around, well, 1990 and then 1969. If it takes that out, look out below. 1841. See, some of you were going long. All I see is he moving down. HE moving down. The CRON is a cannabis play, isn't it? Yeah, so CRON is a cannabis play. I don't know if these things are still hot. 212 looks like there's too much resistance for me anyway. CRON, the 200-day moving average is just above it, 214. Oh my goodness, look at CABA, guys. This is what a so this showed up. I mean, a little too early for me to take it, but at 1503 on the reversal play. This is a reversal scan. So 1503 at 9:40 Eastern time, 1545 now. And I'm sharing all of these scans. Anything I talk about, I am sharing. All right, now the UPTD is halted on the way down. Have I have any news? Oh, that's right. 22 short-term memory gone, guys. Citigroup with the $22 price target for Cava. So that's the reason. That's a great breakout on the weekly. Just a great breakout. This looks like it's going to get halted on the way down now. Verb. I may be wrong. Nope, it got halted on the way down. This got halted on the way down, guys. So it popped up and then it got halted on the way down. And that is the verb. Verb. Yeah, TCOM definitely weak, weak, weak. Next low looking left. It's almost there. 37.38. So it's right there. And then after that, the next low is 36.82. So all right, we are 15 minutes in, so now I can take a look a little more closely at some of these things that were popping early, see if they're have run away from me or pulled back somewhat. LBRT guys, this showed up 940, 1789. This was a 10-day daily breakout. Um, Liberty Energy. So yeah, so this is an oil energy play. Briefing, Jamie, it's briefing.com, briefing.com. Where I get my upgrade downgrade. Okay. You don't have the link to the website. Actually, I used to get it delivered to my email, but now I actually go to the website every morning. So this is the downgrades, but you'll see the tab. You'll see the tab for the upgrades. All right, INSM now showing up. I know Real was talking about this one. INSM showing up. This is showing up now on my 10-day daily breakout. Well, I sort of disregarded this one, this German stock. I thought there was a lot of resistance somewhere. I'm maybe wrong completely. SSU. Yeah, okay. So what? No, now I remember. I mean, it popped up in the pre-market from 198, came right back down to a dollar. Now it's moved back up. I don't see any news on this one. This is a German stock. I'm pretty sure I've never seen this one before. Not a low float either. So you know what? I wonder if this is a reverse split. Yeah. The reason I say that I mean, first, I don't believe that float. Then for it to be up basically 100% with 115 million in the float, something is something is a miss. Let me go to another website. I want to check to see what they got for a float for SSU. Hmm. Well, it might be a big float, yeah, because it's not showing up. It has a market cap over 500 million, so they don't typically give the float. Anyway, don't know what's going on there with this SSU. It's hard to understand why it's up that much. I can't see any news on it. I read some bad news regarding ABNB this morning in New York. Anyway, saying they would not allow short term. Obviously, didn't seem to matter. Short term rentals. Ah, however, Set to join. Okay, not the 500. Oh yeah. So Blackstone, and that's the reason. Okay, so there is your reason then for Airbnb, but also the Blackstone that we saw earlier. The B, whatever it is, the B. Oh, you know what it is. BLRX. So these two, Blackstone, BLRX, and Airbnb, joining the S&P 500. Well, this is the strangest one, guys. Anybody think anybody grab some news on this one? This SSU because of the float. I mean that's a massive move. All right, so it got halted on the way down. Now it's halted on the way up again. VERB, halted on the way up. Manu continue. I'm not in this one. It's a little too early for me to take it, but boy, Manu just continues its plunge here, guys. So that low is 1971. So now the next low is 1877 on the daily chart for Manu, MANU. Is that right, Grumpy? Okay, maybe that's an old. What was it? An old headline? I read it this morning, but okay. Regarding Airbnb. Well, I guess I should just piled into Manu and wrote it down. I didn't do it. ASAI, not too familiar with these guys. They're out of Brazil. Yeah, out of Brazil. ASAI. Next high looking left is 1304. Little bit of room. If they can get through 13, though, then 1350 is ASAI. Don't see any specific news for them. Have no float information at all. Not a lot of volume. 5.7 times normal, but not a lot of absolute volume. Hmm. Too bad. I thought maybe this HCP had some a chance. Maybe this is a reversal, but the 200-day moving average is right above it. Dell is still strong, guys. I mean, it had a bit of a pullback, bit of one. I mean, the high. This was an earnings play on Friday. Huge, huge move, all-time high. Got up to $70, pulled back down to 68. That's where it closed. So it's above the closing price now of Friday. That is Dell, Dell. Wow, Verb resumed and big, big pop here now, guys. Looks like the next high in the weekly chart is 337. So it's got still some room, but it's halted again. Let's read their news again. Okay. Trading higher after the company completed and launched a technology integration and strategic relationship with global. Okay, fine. I mean, there's TikTok in the press release. The other one seemed to be a lot better, but obviously I am wrong. That resistance was nothing. The other one meaning GCP, GDC, sorry, GDC. Let's back this out. The INSM and just see where the next high is on the weekly chart. Looks like 27. It looks like 2708 or so, 2777. This still has some room on a weekly chart. INSM. Yeah, I do see the ICCT now having a bit of a move here. Okay, I'm going to stick an alert, say around 2609 for INSM. See if it recovers up to that area. Again, on the weekly chart, it definitely has some room, but $1.70 to the next high. All right. Well, you know what? Well, now I see the news. I don't know why I missed this. The SSU is actually an earnings play. I didn't even see that. So that's why, guys. SSU is an earnings play. Guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, if the INSM just triggered, also it's also shortable. Lots of shares available. 3 million, or a little over 3 million at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but it's always interesting to me to see whether or not there are a lot of shorts available. A little bit of downward pressure on something that has popped so much. It's only up 15% though. Oh, no kidding. Hope look at that ICCT. No kidding, on a big dump. Wow. Got up to $9 and got all the way back down to 778. Campbell Soup has a little bit of room, guys. CPB, a little bit of room. Looking left on the daily chart, 42.46. So, but 80 cents, 80 cents to the next high for CPB. All right. Overall, now the market flies down, Dow's down, Nas is down. Yeah, look at this one go now, guys. AI play, of course, DXAI hasn't been. I mean, look, this is when the AIs were going crazy, and ever since then, this one has just been sinking, sinking, sinking. It's having a day today, perhaps. I don't think there's any specific room or reason for CXAI. Manu continues down. Oh, brother. All day short. I mean, so far, all day short. Right from here, 21.48. Olma. See, Olma, OLMA. This is terrible spread. 11.43, 11.63, 20-cent spread. Not a good spread. Not a lot of volume. A good relative volume, but not a lot of absolute volume. For Olma, OLMA. INSM guys just kind of stuck right now, just over 20, just kind of stuck. Volume is tailed off a bit. Big float, 132 million. So relative volume is super high, 29. Means it's trading 29 times normal that it would normally do up to a little after 10 o'clock. Other one on the way down, guys. TSE, TSE. All-time low, TSE. This is an all-time low, TSE. Okay, guys, I'm in the INSM. I'm in it. And where did I get in at? 2611. 2611. Just was watching to see if I got a fill. 2611 on the INSM. Boy, cannot believe poor people who are figured, okay, the deal's done. Miss Manu saga, and now look at it today. I haven't seen this one in a long time. This HEPS. I think they did it. Well, China stock, I guess, or Singapore. Turkey, sorry, excuse me. Turkey. A lot of shares available also at for TSE. Over a million shares available to short for TSE at Interactive Brokers anyway. All-time low now. I mean, this is the only news I see. Participates in the PCF platform rollout workshop, etc. But I mean, that can't be the reason it's down. Okay, guys, out. Wow, out of the INSM. Small loss. As it, I'll take a look at it again if it gets back over 2610. Could have had a little gain in it, but I was looking for a lot more. Well, FLGC, Peter, also showed up on my reversal play, but I'm not sure why. Oh, I know why. Okay. It's a green candle, but it was closed below the day before. So, yeah, so this is considered a reversal, but how whippy it is. Up to 548 and right back down to 463. So be careful. Yeah, I actually have DWAC on a thumbnail, BWAC. I think they were looking for another extension. Impending deadline looms for the merger. No, I'm out of INSM. I don't know if you heard me. I'm out of it. I was long, and then I had a little gain, and then I took a little loss. Well, DWAC, let's take a look at where it could go. Now, the next high looking left, 1868, 1875. It got to this morning before it pulled right back. So will that stall it? If that doesn't stall it, 19 is the next, and of course, the fantasy area of 25.85 on that day here. Okay, guys, APLE. Now this has looks like it's got a lot of room. Let me make sure of this. Next high looking yeah, 1611 on the weekly chart. So it's basically there. Next high is 1701. So this has got some room. APLE has got some room to keep moving. Because remember these 2 days it had, then a little 3-day pullback. But look at this pop through the 200-day moving average. So definitely keep an eye on APLE if it can hold over the whole number of 16 because it's right at that high, 1611. Xerox XRX. Next high looking left on the daily, too close. All right, INSM right back up. So, all right, HITI. Don't know this one at all. HITI, high tide. I wonder. Yeah, cannabis play, sure. So HITI, 148 is the next high. If we get through that, 156. So some of these cannabis plays are still alive. I think this is uranium, URG. Yeah, I saw some of the uranium plays. Now take a look at URA, ETF for uranium. Take a look at what it's doing. All right, guys. Yeah, boy, what a pullback now for DWAC. Huge. $2 on an $18 stock. Okay, HSDT didn't do much. I mean, it had a big pop in the pre-market. I think it has. I don't know if it had any news. I think it's just a low float. I think it talked about regaining Nasdaq compliance. Okay, so it talked about, yeah, regaining Nasdaq compliance, HSDT. They got up to, what did it get up to in the pre-market? Up to almost $15. Oh, it's halted. Oh my goodness, guys. Well, I may have lucked into something. We'll have to see. I'm just going to say I may have lucked into something. Keep my fingers crossed. I was trying to get it and it wasn't filling, and I was trying to figure out why. It didn't look like it had moved that much. Anyway, I'm in some, not a lot, but it's halted. Hopefully this holds. This is a potential open for HSCT. It doesn't look good. Well, I didn't get very much, so that's when you want it to open immediately. You don't want to see this start drifting. Whoa, okay, I like that. 1171, I like that. I'm literally in at 1116. Well, it's all over the place. I mean, I don't know. I can't trust it. I mean, oops, wait a minute. I mean, my fingers will be crossed. There, 1171. Okay. So guys, this is I have to devote my all my concentration right now when it gets close to being unhalted or resuming. Typically, there are 5-minute halts. So 10:22 plus 14 seconds would be it. Okay, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average that it's suggesting could open. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average right at 1178. I mean, with these little ones, it may not matter, but anyway, can't do anything until it opens. And believe me, my finger will be on the submit button for HSDT. So again, 10:17, so it's 10:22 plus 14 seconds. So it could be opening in less than 2 minutes if it's a 5-minute halt. Does IB have shorts for they didn't last week, but let's take a look, quick look. ICCT. The answer is no, not readily available for ICCT. All right, less than a minute. Hopefully, this will open. Hard for me to take a loss in this, I think, because I mean, I'm in at 11.16. We're literally right at the halt price, and it doesn't look like it's going to open below that. MNSO guys, but I can't. I've got to keep my eye on this one. Could be 14 seconds, could be 10 seconds for the open. All right. Yeah. Shoot. I don't like this. Now it's going to be a 10-minute halt. The reason I don't like it is it gives it time then for it to start to drift back down. I would have, anyway, we'll see what happens. So it looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt now for HSDT. All right, guys, see what happens. MNSO. This is okay. This could be interesting. MNSO. Wow, a lot of room underneath. This is again. This is in the option activity. Now it's up for the day. China stock. It is up for the day, but it is starting to give it up. In other words, still up for the day, a 4%, but starting to fail somewhat. There's this EDR. This was the one that suffered because they got their deal with WWE, and then the Saudis came out and said, "Hey, we're going to have a rival to WWE," something like that. And so on that day, that just absolutely tanked. Had a little rally on Friday. This is the EDR. Come on, open. I see what's happening. Okay, guys, I just have to pay, obviously, I have to pay a lot of attention to whatever's going to happen with the HSDT. And we're getting closer now. Could be a minute for the open, and 10:27 plus 14 seconds. So it might open in a minute. Less than a minute. Look what's happening. See, I was drifting down. I was saying a 5-minute haul is way better. Now, I don't know why in some cases that's 5. Well, most of the time, I'd say 95% these are 5-minute halts. All right, finger on the submit button for sure. All right, we're open. Whoa, we are open. And happy, happy, happy times, guys, for me. Wow. I just sold some. Yeah, I sold some at 1267. Wow. Love the 10-minute halts. All right, guys. Well, well, again, that worked out extremely well for me. Got lucky. Got very, 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 very lucky. Lucky in that I was able to get some just literally as it was being halted. All right, all gravy now. Let's see how much more it can go. I sold most of it at that 1260, 1267 mark. Pre-market high was way up here at 14, $15. It's all oot. Okay, I'll say it. I'll say oot for you guys. I am all oot of it. Okay, I'm all out of it now. The HSDT. Minute it started creeping down towards that 13 mark again. That was it for me. Hmm. Well, that's good timing, guys, because it's 10:29 now. So this is typically when I will talk a little bit about what you'll find on my homepage, etc. So bear with me. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Well, not Monday, of course, yesterday, but Monday to Friday. I'm on the mic between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. And after 3 o'clock, if William can hang around, he'll keep the room open, well, probably till 4. Okay, I'll just won't be on the mic. And just give me a moment. I'm just going to get my homepage link. And now that is halted on the way down, so that's okay. I'm out of it now. So that was. I'm a little disappointed. I have to admit, a little bit disappointed. I thought maybe this could do something really crazy. Maybe get into the 20s, but oh well, that's okay. Okay, William. Okay. Of course, there's no there's no commitment. I just appreciate you're doing it when you can. That's really good of you. Okay, guys, I put my homepage link in. If you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So we do have a promo on right now, 25% off the first month only or the entire year of trade ideas using that promo code Labor Day 25. Okay. I don't know when it's over. Probably, I don't know, I can't remember what the email said, but it's definitely still alive. Now, if you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. To get started, we'll run you through your first download or not, your download and install, your first startup and login, get down to introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. You must do it. If you're new to trading, this is a free course, Michael Noss. Now, I think it is Tuesday. Normally, Michael, I don't know if he's got a previous commitment, though. I'll find out. He's the one who put this together, and he'll be in our YouTube room if he's available today between 12 and 1. I do a stock of the day video right here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. How's it doing? FSR. I know Steve was trying to see if we could get another Carvana. I just didn't think this one had the same. Well, it did. Okay, what did it get up to? It got up to 614, and the high left is 660. Sorry, six. Yeah, 615. The high left is 615, and it got today to 614. That would have been an area, I don't know, I thought could stall, and then up here is 641, 643 is the 200-day moving average. So, not saying it's not gonna work, but I didn't seem to think it had the same look as Carvana, but anyway, we'll see what happens. It did trigger, so it is a live trade this week if you took it, according to the email, and that's the trade of the week. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder, okay? Big education section is here. I have a great user guide. This is the getting started again, hammering that point home. You must do it. More detail about what an alert window is, a top list window is, what stock racing is all about. And I would really take a look at price alerts, guys. This is what I use constantly, price alerts. So simple to do. All right. On our charts, I'll demonstrate that in a little bit. Here's the Getting Started series again. So this is what I was talking about regarding Michael Noss. So daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 between Monday and Friday, of course. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Tuesday. Usually that is Michael's time to do it or day to do it. So, but I will confirm somebody will do it. I'll confirm before I do take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to whoever it is. Okay. Last, now, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, all you have to do is scroll down a bit, and here are my scans that I'm sharing. So this is what now, you know what? I haven't even looked at this Getty, but I can see the Getty is just racing. So this is what I use in the pre-market, guys. Pre-market actives up and down. This is actually where I did see the HSTT. This was thumbnailed for me in another chart on my other monitor. So I was kind of paying attention to it, and all because of that crazy low float. So this is what, the pre-market actives up and down and kind of set the tone for me for the stocks to watch once the market opens. There's the Hulse resumes, of course, where we saw it also. This is the abnormal option activity scanner right there. Now, what you don't see on my other monitor is the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakout. Okay, breakout and breakdown. Breakout moving higher, breakdown moving lower. Of course, I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. The momentum scan is right here. The Momo right here. Now, only one request. I know I say this every day, but I'm going to say it every day. Only one request. All I ask is this: is that if you decide to take out a subscription today, tomorrow, a month from now, a year from now, all I ask is that you use my promo code, okay? So the best thing to do is save my home link, click on it. This promo code, of course, will disappear at some point, so there'll be another one. And I just ask that you do that. The reason for that is that we're trying to keep the room free. This room is free, and so obviously there is a cost for running the room. So if the company can see that people are interested in coming into the room and eventually taking out a subscription, it pays for itself. So that's the reason. That's all I ask. Yeah, these cannabis stocks. I see Cron also is continuing to move higher here. Well, let me take a look at MSOS. That is the ETF for cannabis. One of them. MJ is another one. I don't know if MSOS. I think it trades more. So yeah. So this was the big news last week. At not decriminalizing it, but I think in your country anyway. To your country, mean I'm in Canada because you don't know. So but giving it another status, drug status. So that caused all the excitement on that day. And yeah, I mean, it's basically been moving higher and higher. Okay, so generally about trade ideas, what we are a scanner, okay? There are a lot of screeners out there. I'll explain what I mean by the difference. But also, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. We're a scanner. So what do I mean by that? So if I click on this, if I right click on this scan that I created called Momo, I right click on it and click on configure and then click on summary. This is the screening aspect, okay? So if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is trade, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, 1,000% of normal in terms of volume in the last minute, 400% in the 5 minutes. This is why it's called a momentum scan. Usually the volume coming in, and usually with increased volume, usually means the price is going up. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened at 10:36, the last time that all the filter values were met and a stock made a new high for the day was at 10:36. That was for Cron. So we're at 10:39 now. If Cron makes another new high for the day, you'll see it, or some other stock meets all these filter requirements. That's what we're really, really good at. I like to call ourselves a real-time alerting machine. So if you like this scan, the way I've constructed it, great. But of course, you might look at it and go, you know what? I'd rather have a different price range. Maybe I want a different minimum volume. Maybe I don't care. It has to be 1,000% in 1 minute. Whatever that change is that you might want to make, of course, you can do it. You can either take the scan as I've constructed it. That's what I like to see, but that doesn't have to be what you like to see. So of course, you can modify it. So if I wanted to modify it to a different price, make it 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100, click on the summary, and now it's 10 and 100. Then I can say okay, and so now you've modified the scan. We'll cancel out because I don't want to do that. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time when I right click on the scan, instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. When you see all of these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. Don't get hung up on how many we have. Right at the very top, the two most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. Scroll down, but we have a lot of them, okay? And when we get to these icons, these are our filters that we have. Again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. I know I say that all the time, but I mean, there are new people coming into the room all the time, so just giving them a brief overview of what Trade Ideas is all about. Is there a way to reset the original configuration on an alert window? If you saved it to the cloud saves it, but you probably didn't save it to the cloud, did you, Joel? Because the cloud will save versions of. Yeah, okay. You didn't save it to the cloud, so you just saved it. You just went like save as, or so you did a save as, and then it's going to say, "Do you want to overwrite?" And you said yes. Is that correct? Because because obviously I've got. So if I do a save as right now, okay, and then I save it. Well, actually, maybe I haven't saved this before, but what it would say is you want to overwrite the other one. If you just did it here, if you just did it like what I did, summary, and maybe make my change, and then I save it, you don't have, and you haven't saved it, well, obviously to the cloud. I don't see how you can recover. Yeah. So no. Now, how many changes did you make? 'Cause basically, you've overwritten. That's why saving to the cloud is a good idea because it'll save all the different versions that you've got. Yeah. You're not even sure what you changed? Well, was it something from me or something you did? I'm talking to Joel in our main room. Is it something that you took from me, or is it something you did from scratch? It's all you. Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world, of course. I mean, it's only one scan, so to recreate it, you probably remember what you were trying to do. Like any other software program, though, I mean, if you don't save your work, and then you make a change, and you're just going to overwrite it when you save it. Yeah, unless Pepe can tell me something different. All right, guys. Now, ZLab. ZLab is starting to. It was in a big consolidation for quite a while. Christine, I know there's a way. I mean, I know there's a way. I mean, don't ask me how long it's going to take, but as far as I know, you can move whatever you've got in that brokerage account over to IB, including stock positions. I don't think they can expect you to liquidate everything and just turn it into cash. So because when I made my switches, I've made 3 switches now, but it's all been cash because, I don't hold stock. So, but I cannot believe that if you have, Apple and Microsoft, some holdings, I can't believe they make you, cash them out before they would allow the switch. So, how long it takes, I don't know, though. That's an issue. And typically, who you're with, Schwab, typically they would charge you to do it, but usually, I think now anyway, the receiving brokerage firm like IB will cover that. I think if you ask them nicely, they might cover whatever Schwab wants to charge you from moving it. When I read that YCBD, I don't know why I thought of Fred Flintstone. Good, a little yabba dabba do. Um, YCBD. Mm-hmm. Low float, 2.2 million in the float. Boy, it doesn't trade very much. 156,000, 171,000 shares have traded, and that's 24 times normal up to this time of day. So this is not trade very much. Well, guys, I am, I really lucked out on the I'm sorry, the HSDT. So I'm going to sort of relax a bit here. This has been a bit of a tough one, this INSM. I almost got back in. In fact, I was going to get back into it, and then the HSDT happened. But this has been a bit of a tough one, in my opinion. Went right down through the looks like that's the VWAP, and then down to 2565, and it's popped right back up again. Ooh boy, this UPTD. I'm going to have to hold off. I don't want to. You start to think you're bulletproof when you get something like an HSDT that works, and you're oh, let's find the next one that's low float. Lenza, LNZ, LNZA, LNZA. You know what this is doing? Looks like this is a fairly new IPO back here, either an IPO or a SPAC that turned into this. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, listen, exactly what Real is saying. I mean, if you're looking, though, I understand now, though, that IB is has got trading view charts. I don't know if it's still in beta, and I don't know what version of trading view you're able to have within IB. I'm not sure, but my charting requirements are so minimal that it would almost doesn't matter for me personally. Um, it really almost wouldn't matter what the charts look like. Oh, perfectly real. Question was, is TradingView link with Traded is? Yeah, it works perfectly. If you do decide to do it, I'll show you how. There's not a trick, but I mean, I'll show you how. No, I know. I'm saying if you decide to get it, I'll show you. I'll show you how. All right, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back here. Now, just looking to see if there's anything interesting. Again, I'm going to be highly, highly selective now, okay, just because of my good fortune with the HSDT. I'm going to be highly selective going forward for the rest of the day. Typically, what I do is I'll drop my risk. In other words, the amount I risk, I drop it. So if we're risking $500 a trade, I might drop that down to 250 or 200. Okay, that's just the way I do it. I'm not going to give back the big gain. This is a cheap one. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And yeah, this is an all-time high. Yeah, maybe I'll dabble in it. I mean, it's an all-time low, VNDA. The alert came in at 445. That was the price at 952, just to show you what I'm talking about. 952 Eastern time. So quite a while ago, actually, and now over an hour ago. It hasn't really moved that much. So somebody confirmed for me who has IB, and I know that certainly in a beta that you're able now to use TradingView charts with IB, Interactive Brokers. I'm just interested to know what level, is it just probably just the entry level TradingView charts more than likely, but I just like a confirmation. I still don't think they're available in Canada with IB Canada. I don't think they are, but unless there's somebody in Canada that has IB that says yes, with a beta, use them. Yeah, T, not with trade ideas. Yeah, the Schwab API connectivity, not with trade ideas. Not yet anyway, you're right. I mean, maybe down in the future, but certainly NCMI guys, this may be interesting. I mean, look at the next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here at 650, and that's NCMI. BLRX, BLRX. All right, another new high here, guys, and that's sort of a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for BLRX. Other one with looks like a ton of room. Look at the week it had last week. BLRX. You know, I was really looking to short this TSE earlier. Look at the bounce it had, all the way down to $8 and bounced up to 878. Still looks like it wants to move a little higher. Right at the VWAP now, 869. So it's kind of right at the VWAP area. Hmm. Yeah, I didn't do it. I just did not do it. So UPTD doing its crazy again. The high on Friday was $33 or so. This is a SPAC, still a SPAC. It hasn't, can't remember if they actually said who they're going to merge with. Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to see what. So they've extended to September 19th. Fine. But who are they? I'm trying to figure out, are they supposed to be merging with this Estrella, sorry. Well, yeah, I'm a little confused because then I see this SAI. Oh, okay. So they must have, okay, they must have other ones that they're doing this trade up acquisition course. Because SAI, of course, is trading now. MSOX, I know this is an ETF, guys. MSOX, I think this is the two times. Okay, so this is the two times MSOS. Okay, now coming right into the 200-day moving average, 575. You just see that little blue line up there. Probably can't see it, but it's coming into the 200-day moving average. So this is another cannabis ETF, a two-timer. Okay, GTLB, I've seen this one. Couple of my scans here. So what is the next high? Looking left is 5067. That's for the GTLB. Okay, so the spot, I haven't looked at the market at all for a while. So what's happening? So the Dow is down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY, basically flat. Not much happening really. IoT popping on volume. IoT, Real was talking about that one. IoT. Hmm. And an all-time high. IoT now all-time high. Yeah, 4.5 times normal volume right now. Up to this time of day, 11 o'clock Eastern time. Hey guys, Z Lab looks like it's in a bit of a fall now. Um, it was holding pretty steady around 29.36. It's at 28.50, almost a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for Z Lab. And I think this was just a sympathy play. I don't think this had any news specifically to itself, but it was moving higher because of two other companies that I think have a similar drug. I think if William knows anything about this, Z Lab, I think that was the reason. Just one moment, please. I didn't see Seattle Genetics. I don't. Maybe I did. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, CGen, of course. CGen, yes. It's a phase two. I thought it was three for some reason, and for some reason, I think. Well, yeah, it's some kind of a tie-in with Z Lab. Ah, okay. So it actually is more of a. So it's not really a sympathy play. Okay, it's not a sympathy play. Z Lab is collaborating with those companies on a China extension study. So it's not really a sympathy play. So they do have a tie-in with Z Lab with SGen and GMAB. Didn't see GMAB. Maybe GMAB is not. Oh yeah, it is public. Interesting. It is not doing. I mean, it's basically flat, doesn't trade very much. But Denmark. Ooh, I remember this one. Isn't this one did the crazy action? I think even worse. Not worse, but even higher. Weren't there a couple of Danish stocks that went crazy? This is probably a couple of years ago. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:16. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Okay, we haven't seen this one for a while. This one can go absolutely crazy. Double X, double I, double X, double I. It's already gone from 130 to 166. This is the smokeless cigarettes, or after move to explore options. So maybe they're trying began a process to evaluate. Okay, so they're trying to actually sell off either part of their company or their company, I guess. So that's double X, double I, low float, fairly low float, 20 million in the float. Ah, okay. So thank you, Grumpy. That's why I read it this morning then. All right, guys, let's take a look. Verb is looks like it's well, it's trying looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP-ish area, but doesn't look that good now. GDC is just I mean, maybe later on in the day. This is one later on in the day. It could have a spark GDC, but it's going to have to really remain here. Cannot drop too much further. I don't think it's still up 19%, but got up to 416 in the pre-market. Okay, I've missed the boat, I think, on this JLPI, guys. I've been watching it for a bit, but again, I'm not in any huge rush to. I mean, the Z Lab is something that, boy, you look at the Z Lab, ZLAB, ZLAB. I mean, it just looks like it wants to give it up more and more. Time is it right now? 11:21. So I'm going to see who is in our YouTube room when I take my break in about 40 minutes. Should be Michael Noss, but I think he might have something on the go today. So I want to see if somebody is switching with him. So, okay, guys, Michael just confirmed it will be Michael in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes. Oh, you're right, Dak. Look at HE. I mean, HE. was sort of consolidating a bit, but look, sort of. Well, I guess 45 minutes. And look at this big red candle. I don't know if there's any Hawaii Maui sued for gross negligence. Okay. This is not going away anytime soon. You know what's not going away right now, though I don't think I'm going to be able to commit to it, is HSDT. HSDT. The only way I'll take this one, if somehow it takes out the high, 1349, later on. Well, sorry, gaming and leisure. So it's not Galapagos. That's a bio. GLPI. Anything happening about this one? They raised their dividend. That was on the 31st. Don't see any specific news on the GLPI. All right, guys, I'm just not seeing too much that I want to get into. That IoT, Real mentioned the IoT was making a lifetime high. See if it so it pulled back a bit, a couple of topping tails. Maybe if it gets through those topping tails, it might have a bit of a run in it. The two topping tails are right at 3178 for IoT. All right, so GETY. I don't know if I had any specific news on it today, but look at the float, 191 million in the float. Big float. That's a great move, 12% on that float. I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, I've seen, yeah, short squeeze stocks to watch. Certainly not a high short float percent if that number is correct. And Getty was in that list, so okay. Probably coming into some resistance, right? Around 5 for Getty, GETY. Okay, guys, there's IoT now, right? Well, it just took out that high. I'm sorry, the high over here on the daily chart. 30. Well, it tried to 3178. It did get up to 3178. Yeah, I should mention the price alerts window. Okay, so see how I use it. I minimize it. I minimize it. Let me redo this alert. Put it right back at 3178. Typically, I don't put any notes in. You can if you want, but I usually don't put any notes in. I'm going to save it, minimize the window. Okay. And then what happens is if IoT hits that 3178 again, it'll pop up on my screen. So you don't have to, if you don't have to have your price alerts window up and like visible. In fact, in my opinion, it's better not to have it visible. You want it to pop up on your screen so that you don't miss the price alert. Let's put one on this crazy one that we'll put underneath also. Okay, and there you go. So you see what happens. It'll pop up on your screen, and if you sort on the trigger time column, it'll be the first thing you see right at the top. You can put a sound alert on it also, which I do. And the reason I put a sound alert is because I've got a wireless headset. So if I wander away from my computer, when I hear that unique sound, because you put different sound alerts on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. We put a different sound on different windows. Oops, didn't want to do that. And there you go. So now on the upside, that triggered on the downside, and now it's triggered on the upside. HSDT triggered. I was just putting in some price alerts to show you how the price alerts window works. I mean, listen, later on in the day, this could go crazy again. I mean, it's up 64%, but right now traders are starved for the next low flow crazy one. And unfortunately, the UPTD, it already did that. Unfortunately, when I say that, I mean I didn't get into this one. So that was I never thought about that, Joel. So you actually saved a layout then too. And it wasn't just the individual scan. All right, INSM. It's been a little bit choppy, but hey, it's making another new high. INSM making another new high. So you did save a layout. Okay, I should have thought of that. Yeah, you can go to your default layout and Well, a couple other things I would do, Joel, is save everything to the cloud also. Save your layout to the cloud. So when it comes time to save, yes, you can save layout, but also do this: file save or share to cloud. Okay. And you click on entire layout, give it a name, Joel's first layout, and then save. Okay. So now your layout is in the cloud. And if you made a change and saved it again in the cloud, it'll save all the variations. Some people like that, some people don't. You can just check the timestamp to see obviously what the latest one is. I would also save each individual scan that you create to the cloud. Okay. Each individual scan that you create, save it to the cloud. Because if something like that happens again, well, as long as you've saved it to the cloud, then you can always bring it back. The other reason for saving things to the cloud is you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. Well, INSM now really exploding here, guys. Option activity and momentum scan and the 10-day daily breakout. So again, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. I'm on a desktop computer, but I've got a couple of laptops. I've got a couple of tablets, so I can have them on all those different devices. I can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. But let's just say, you go out and buy a new laptop. All you have to do is download the program, and then you just file load from cloud. So if you save the layout from the cloud, you just file load from cloud and click down to the layout section, and you can find your layout and load it. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Other huge reason, of course, for saving everything to the cloud. If you only have the one device that you're using trade ideas on, if something goes wrong with it, your laptop, stops working for some reason. Well, pain. You go out and buy a new one, but everything's in the cloud. The other reason I save individual scans to the cloud is that there are scans that I've got that I haven't used for a while. It could be several years. And so what I'll do is, there could be a scan that I'm using right now that I'm thinking, you know what? I'm not sure. Not necessarily getting the best results out of it. I'm not so as interested in those ideas for whatever reason. Maybe the market's changed a bit. So I bring back a scan that I created maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I saved it, take a look at it, maybe do a history on it, see what sort of alerts I got. Say, hey, that's not bad. Maybe I'll start using that one. That's exactly what happened to my option activity scan. I was using that one, like I loved it 4 or 5 years ago. Then, for whatever reason, fell into disfavor for me. Stopped using it for probably 2 or 3 years. Brought it back maybe 6 or 7 months ago and loving it again. Just stuff like that. Yeah, let's see. On MSOX and Interactive Brokers, there are 33,000 shares available. Just short for MSOX. Doesn't help you, I know, Captain, but so as a broker not named Trade Zero, Cobra, or Centerpoint, Interactive Brokers is pretty good for having shorts. I mean, I think before those firms came along, I think most people would agree that IB had a reputation for having shorts. Well, this HSDT is on the move, guys. I'm not in it for the second time, but it's definitely on the move. What's the spread like now? You know what? For a stock with that float, it's a pretty decent spread. 93, 89. Well, yeah, I mean it's a little bit 76, 86, 70. I mean, for a stock that is really active with that sort of a float, it's not a bad spread. Again, this blue window you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. SXT guys, SXT. Let's take a look at this one. See what it's doing. SXT. Let's see the next high looking left. A little bit of room. 65.28 is the next high. Little pop. Ooh, doesn't trade very much. 230,000 shares only. 10 times normal. Probably a tough spread. You mean again? No. Have to no. I got very lucky early. I got in just as it was being halted at 11:16 and sold most of it around 12:60. It's right back up. So no, I'm not back in it again. No. I actually have an alert at the high of the day, which may, if it happens later on in the day, which may get me interested to take a few. Not a lot, just a few. Or just a word about the abnormal option activity scan that you see here. I don't trade options. Okay. All I'm looking for are stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So for instance, we look at INSM as an example. Interesting. It doesn't trade very many options. I mean, it's only 743 contracts today, but that's almost three times normal. Normal meaning what did it do on average over the last 10 days? Okay. So, this doesn't trade options very much, but that's why it is showing up here. My minimum is at 1.5 times normal minimum. Let's take a look at something else. Maybe let's take a look at the BLRX. Yeah, I mean, 2,400 contracts a day. That's 10 times normal. 10,032%, 10 times normal in terms of the option activity. So what I'm using the scan for is just to find stocks that are trading abnormally. It's that simple. And but by showing the abnormal option activity, it's always in conjunction with the relative volume too. So a stock that is, good high relative volume plus it's trading options abnormally, That those are stocks I really want to take a look at, but I'm not trading the option. Well, okay, there's IoT again. Again, it's trying to take. Well, it just did. Okay, so it just took out these highs over here. This is a all-time high. I'd love to see it maybe get through 32 and stay there for a bit, and then run from 32. I hate trying to take something before that whole number. Question is, what characteristics does a runner on the day have that make you considering watching it the next day? Especially if it closes near the high of the day, Luca, and then when you look left, it's still got room. That's one. Take a look at XLE, guys. I mean, I think energy sector is still very strong. XLE, yeah. So actually, it's interesting because it had a decent pullback for an hour. So I'm sure most of the energy stocks were probably. I mean, let's take a look at Oxy. Real was talking about Oxy. Let's see if it did that. No, so Oxy, I mean, had a little pullback. It didn't have the 1 hour pullback. Okay, guys, this Z Lab looks to me like it's just weakening, weakening, weakening. Z Lab. So, I mean, I'm stating the obvious here. I mean, it's dropped down from 29.21, almost a dollar, but it just looks like it wants to really start to give it up. The low here is 27.66. Ever considered using a volume profile indicator? No, I haven't. I have very simple. Oh, look at the CABA now, guys. The CABA. This was a daily reversal, but choppy. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to 1572, came right back down to 1490. But the trend is up. CABA, the trend is up. For profit, I don't use MACD, so maybe somebody else. If anybody or a profits question, what's a good 2 minute MACD? 12, 26, 9. Yeah, again, I don't use MACD, so I definitely not the person to ask. This is all we have for MACDs. So we do not have a 2 or a 1. Minimum is 5. So Schlumberger SLB, which I had thumbnailed, basically kind of followed XLE. If you look at it had, I mean, very choppy, very, very choppy. But the hour, if you recall, XLE did something like this for 15 minute, for 15-minute candles down, and then the pop. Well, I'm not going to do it because I'm going to be taking my break right now. But I'd really be looking at this Z Lab. You know, and it's just a continuation, just inching its way down. It's not a low float, 97 million. VWAP is 29.12, so it's below the VWAP. Okay, SMAR guys, SMAR. Now this one, take a look at left on the daily chart. I think it's getting right into 41.72. So if it takes up 41.72, boy, it's got some room underneath. It has some room underneath. I'm sorry, 40.72, not 41.72. It's got some room. The next low would be a little over $1 away, and that is SMAR. So anything in brown is a suggestion to short. Anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long. Okay, an idea. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. Well, I didn't take the OMA. I mean, this we saw it down here just over 12. Had a not a great spread, but OLMA is on the move here. So CAB is at a 2-year high. CABA at a 2-year high. Again, I'm not in the Z Lab, but boy, it is really just inching its way down. Z Lab, ZLAB. I know the AI was looking to short this easy EZGO. No shares available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Next low, if you had shares available, the next, well, it's through that low. So the next low underneath is 189. If you took a look at what the AI was suggesting. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen. Michael's not there yet, but he'll be there in about 7 minutes. I'll put the YouTube link in, and you can head over and listen to Michael when he shows up in about 7 minutes in our YouTube room. We got Michael. If have questions about any one of his strategies that he has created in the Market Explorer, these are all his creations. All of these, all his creations. Okay. Let's take a look at our website also. See what it. So this is the new website, guys, and this is this Market Scope, mainly designed for people who are not, not wanting to sit glued to a system, your computer all day long. This is a heat map showing you the stocks that have moved the most, biggest gainers, biggest losers. You can click at any time. There's more, this is the Market Scope, but there are some stock races, some top lists, some alerts. You can kind of take a look at this. Now, if you have trade ideas, this is of course part of your subscription. The only issue is that you can have this if you're say using your downloadable application. You've got a layout up and running. Unfortunately, you can't have this up and running at the same time. It's sort of an either or. Michael may talk about that. You can ask him because I think there's maybe a movement afoot that says, you know what, we should be able to have this data to take a look at it if we want, as well as having our layout. But I cannot guarantee that's going to happen. So again, this is from our new homepage. Click on our homepage, and again, this is more designed for the casual, the more casual uh, user, investor, trader. I mean, if you're actively trading, you'll probably want something like this because I don't mean you have to have my scans, but you probably have your own scans, your own filter requirements. There's nothing you can do. I mean, in other words, you can't pick a price range, a minimum volume, things like that. But this is designed for people who don't want to have to do anything. They just want to see, they want to be fed the symbols, check to see what's happening. You click on an alert. And that was a change from the close, but I rather see a change from the open. See the difference? So there's a change from the open. So from its opening, whatever it traded, whatever the first price it traded at when the market opened at 9:30, what has it done since then? So these are the percentage moves. Well, Dak, you might get your wish with the verb. Yeah, I mean low float 4 million. Had some news, something to do with TikTok. That's the new magic buzzword now in some of these PRs. Put TikTok in there. Give me some news. Yeah, this might have been the one. I mean, that mentioned TikTok in its news release last week. It might have been GNS. I know Paradox was wondering. I just can't see any news. I don't know why we have no news. This is our news tab is pretty good for picking up news from previous days, but I have no idea why it's not showing anything from the previous days. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Michael should be in our YouTube room very soon now, so and there you are, Mr. Michael Noss himself.
Here
I'm
I
assuming. Michael, how do I sound to you?
am. Perfectly
The same?
exact same.
Interesting, because they're saying my quality has not been good starting 3 days last week, and even
Oh,
this morning.
I just heard a crackle when you were talking
Mhm.
there.
There you go.
A little mic pop. Could be an
Now
aging mic.
you used to have I know you have another one, but is it possible the mic is it's old now and needs to be replaced? Is that possible?
Yeah, well, right. It's
Anything's possible, of
yeah,
course.
technology could, right. A wire could have gotten twisted, or any
Hmm.
number of things. So,
Okay.
um,
All right. Well, maybe we'll go to Best Buy then and pick up a mic and see if that makes a difference.
I highly recommend the Elgato Wave 3 if they have it there.
The Elgato, the cat. Okay. Wave 3. Okay.
That's just I have it, and I've gotten nothing but compliments about my mic, and it's got some good software too, where
Hmm.
um you can balance different outputs and different inputs and change how much is in your ear and everything. And um, it's got a noise clipping mode, which basically means if you get too loud, it doesn't do too much, and if you get it's got a basically you can control the upper and the lower bounds. So I basically have it cutting out any sound that's under a certain decibel, which basically just usually means that it's something outside of my office.
Right.
So it does a good job of just picking up my voice and kind of cutting out the rest of the world.
So you don't need that because I've got that great noise canceling software that is an amazing little tool. And that's what I activate, and nothing to do with the mic, but it's just software. But you're saying the mic will do that.
The mic will do it a
Plug and
little
play,
bit.
of course.
I have the software. I generally don't use it because I'm such an audio nerd that I find it changes my voice enough that I don't like it. Um,
Okay.
but that's exclusive to me for sure.
Right. Okay. All right, my friend, I'll let you go, or I'll go now. So
Cool.
you can take over,
All right.
and we'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good.
Okay. Bye bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, now that the teacher's away, my name is Michael Noss, chartered market technician, and uh, basically what we do every day at noon, in just case there's anyone new here, is we turn it over to a live Q&A. So what I'll be doing kind of for the rest of the hour is answering any questions you guys might have about trade ideas or trading or any of that kind of stuff. So feel free to ask questions. Again, we have nothing prepped. We just kind of go as things go. Um, so yeah, the more questions you ask, the better. I have our new web version up here just because I've been using it more and more, doing a lot of scanning and um, just monitoring stuff on the fly. but we can switch back and forth between versions depending on kind of what questions that you guys have. So is there a relative weakness scan? There's not a specific relative weakness scan, but there's a whole bunch of ways that you can find that. And the reason there's not one for TI strength, I know I mentioned this before. I don't know who might be new people here, so let me switch over. I mentioned before that we've tested it and it doesn't work as well as relative strength. Not that relative weakness doesn't work, but trading it, right? If you go to any of the Market Explorer scans, I recommend the pattern recognition ones. If you look at the volatility contraction in a downtrend as opposed to the uptrend, you're going to find a whole bunch of relatively weak names, right? There's Wingstop falling apart, FMC falling apart. The issue is, and this is just be really careful about, a lot of people believe that shorting the market is just as simple as finding a long strategy you like and flipping it over. The issue is the market moves way differently. If anyone's noticed for any length of time, the market moves way differently from the long side than from the short side. So you definitely need different ideas and strategies when it comes to shorting the market, right? So that's why we've worked on TI strength to make sure it's back tested and it provides a advantage over just picking stocks yourself. And when we did a TI weakness, it just didn't work out like that, right? And it's basically, you can see it if you look at charts, right? Big sell-offs and then takes longer to grind higher, right? Big sell-offs and then longer move higher and then big sell-offs, right? So the old adage is the staircase up and the elevator down, right? So just means that if something is that incredibly weak, you just have to be a little bit more careful about it. For me, if I'm shorting, I generally want to short pullbacks. I generally don't want to short new lows. Uh, it's up to you. Pick your own strategy, of course. Where I'm way more comfortable buying breakouts than I am shorting breakdowns, right? That, and then again, if you're going to get into the shorting game, especially on the swing time frame, just be very careful with your names. A stock can only go down 100%. It can gap up multiple 100%. So be careful about things like biotechs or earnings or anything like that. I've seen more than a few traders get absolutely whacked when it comes to essentially just shorting the market, thinking that that's all they need to do is just short from the swing point of view because the market goes down. Myself, what I do a lot is I will be long stocks, but if I believe the market's going to do something to stop going up, I will take a look at the inverse ETFs. Now, these are another thing to be careful with because they just kind of degrade over time. I think it's LabU is the perfect example, right? Which this thing's a 3x. So they have to rebalance the derivatives that they use to do this, and it just ends up right over time degrading, and it will always do that. But for tactical kind of trades, right? If you're just looking to take a quick shot, hedge against something, to do something like that, I really recommend these shorter term inverse ETFs are a good way to do it, because then you're getting a short exposure to the market. You can still do it in a tax benefit account, and you have you don't need to worry about like the SQQQ. Right, all you can lose is kind of what you put in it, just the same as a stock, right? But again, you can go. Can't remember offhand the increase ones, but that kind of thing. But Yeah, so the scan that I just pointed out, the question is, do I have any recommendations for relative weakness scans? Yeah, the ones I just pointed out in the pattern recognition, right? So the tight base might be a good one, because if you're talking about at support or at resistance, you can check those out. And also, we just have a support and resistance heading, right? So you can look at these. If you're looking to short resistance, you'd go to these and take a look at like Novo, right, is at a resistance area right up in here. Now these are the Ozempic people, I think. So again, be very careful shorting biotechs and things like that. But yeah, so if you go through this list, you're going to find a bunch of things that are at a resistance zone. So if you want to do that, you can do that. And I know people who do. I know people who use this at resistance point, and they're just shorting things at resistance, and then they use the at support. Oh, that's 1 minute. Support and resistance at support right here. And they'll just use this as a support here on GFF. And they'll just go through these as simple support resistance areas. We have them daily, and then we have the weekly there. An interesting way to simple way to approach the market, right? If you're someone who's looking to fade, or if you're even looking for something to do like selling options for credits and stuff like that, I think both of those things, both those scans are pretty good ones for that. Where essentially you can just go, okay, all I'm going to do, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that as a trading philosophy. They're going to go, all I'm going to do is I'm going to buy stocks that are in uptrends at support, and I'm going to sell stocks that are in downtrends at resistance. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This is sorted by position in 6 month range, so it's not really trend, but it will get there, right? GKOS, for example, right? I actually have this one on my watch list anyway, because I like the look of this one. But yeah, you could say, oh, it's hitting the support, it's bouncing off. If it closes kind of up here today, you might want to take a shot at that with a stop under that day's low. Again, there's nothing wrong with that at all. It's just a very basic trading style. And I will say that the basic trading styles are, generally speaking, the ones that, in my opinion, end up working the best. It's the people who try to get really, really fancy with stuff that end up getting in trouble. What else is on here? Decker's outdoor footwear. Yeah, so all these you'll just find around a sports zone. Me personally, the spin I take on this, and one of my favorite scans, is the retest of breakouts. Let's see if we can find a really clean example to show you guys. MMC. Yeah, MMC is a really good, clean example of, I like the test of support and resistance from the other side, right? So this is your resistance. You can clearly see it right here and here. Breaks that, comes back and tests it, acting as support right there. So that, for me, is something that's very interesting, because I know this level is very, very important to the market. Call it 194, 195, somewhere around that. And because I'm testing it when I'm retesting it, or when I'm playing the retest, right? It keeps my risk reward really small. So what I'm looking for is some sort of evidence from the market, maybe on a lower time frame. For me, the lowest time frame you'll see me look is like a 15 or a 30 minute. If we start pushing up over later in the day, that to me might be interesting. And the fact that every time you're playing a retest like this, you're certainly playing with the trend, right? Because it has to have broken out to then retest. So you're playing with the trend. And then we have the same thing. Again, these are all under the support resistance header. We have the same thing to the downside, which is throwback to the breakdown. So Jobby, for example, take a look at, see if these are, oh yeah. So this one would have been great if it was caught in the morning, right? This, you can see the kind of clear support right here, came down and bounced off that, and then broke down and came up and tested it from below, right? So now if you had gotten a short anywhere in that area, then your risk reward is really, really tight. This is the main thing that I love about this particular play. Sketcher is kind of the same thing, right? You can see the resistance or the support here and here. It's broken down under that. It's come back to retest it. Now it's fading. This is, you know, if someone sat down and said, what is the best, beginner, I guess, trading strategy for swing trading to look at, I would honestly say it's just that right there. You know, you find, instead of trying to figure out what's breaking out and breaking down, which generally speaking involves being really, really on the nose with that stuff, and making sure you're there and you're excited and you got your finger on the trigger and all that kind of stuff. The idea of this, instead of, okay, I'm going to try to catch this breakdown, is you'll come back and retest. Now, what you have to be okay with is things that just kind of break and go forever, and there's no retest, right? There is no perfect trading system. You just have to be okay with kind of what it is, right? So like Rivian, for example, I'm long Rivian, but it's interesting to see that it's coming into this scan where, right, you see it's probably tagging off this support zone, but you could also say that support zone right there, and now it's coming back up to it. So if you were bearish for whatever reason on Rivian, that would kind of be your ticket to, okay, let me look for, we have kind of 3 topping tails right now up in this area. So this is actually me talking to myself. I may take my Rivian off the table here. But the idea is these 3 topping tails right here, if it ends up into, say the market were to close right here, and this is what the candle would look like, a moderately safe setup would be, right, shorting under this candle's low, and then maybe a stop goes right there. Then if you're right, and this is the first leg of a downtrend, and then you actually catch the second leg of a downtrend, and maybe comes into 15 or something, well, you're risking like 50 cents to make, what's that, like $10. Anytime you can do that, right, win rate doesn't matter in that sense. You're just going to be making so much more when you're right than you lose when you're wrong, that as long as you keep your position size small enough, eventually you'll make money. It's just kind of the way it works. How many strategies do I actively use? Pretty much just like 2 or 3, and I change them based off whatever the market's doing, right? So again, you won't find me overcomplicating shit, that's for sure, right? We all know the market moves somewhat like this, right? This is a very simplified version of the market moves. And there's really only a few ways to approach the market. One is to try to pick a top and fade, right? That's one way to do it. I don't do that because I don't really counter trend trade. It's just not, I've lost so much money in my life trying to counter trend trade. As soon as I just kind of started going along with the trend, my life got way easier. So your options are, you're going to try to buy a pullback, which would be trying to figure out what's happening right here. Try to buy a breakout, right? Buying when this kind of breaks out right here. And that's kind of about it, right? Those are, if you're going with the trend, that's kind of about the style, right? Now, whether you try to, buy the pullback here, or whether you try to buy, the other side of the V, as they call it, as it starts to push back up, or you wait for an absolute break, that's entirely up to you. But if you're trading with the trend, that's pretty much all there is to it. So my strategy is kind of devolve into most of the time trying to buy a pullback, and then some of the times, if the market's really, really bullish, trying to buy the breakout, right? It's why this particular strategy I talked about, I really, really like, because all you're doing in this case, if you were interested in this Rivian trade, all you're doing in this case is you're saying, okay, I believe that this is the first leg of a downtrend. It's now pulling back. I'm going to try to pick my spot to enter and see if I can get a continuation of the trend. It's also why I like the AVWAP product that we built with Brian Shannon a lot, because a lot of these are really nice looking pullbacks, right? So if we go into, I don't know, let's go to Domo, see what's going on with Domo. YUMC. Let's try to find one that looks really, really good. Herbert, I missed Herbert. Something. And this is the beauty of trade ideas, right? I just load up the scan. I just start clicking through. I might go through 20 charts till I find something that's really interesting. Did I do the right one? I think I did the wrong one. EMR. This would be a perfect example right here. Right, you can see how we held the anchored VWAP right in this area. But if you look at this and you just go back to my simplified model of the market, that it's either doing this, or it's doing this, or it's doing that, right? This one's obviously, right, you don't need to be a CMT to see this one's moving up, gaps up, pulls in higher, or pulls in here, and then starts to push as well, right? So that's what this anchored VWAP pullback and the support and resistance pullback, that's this kind of sole purpose of what it's trying to grab. Oh, this one's really interesting. So this is the kind of chart that catches my eye with this scan. Right? Massive move in this one, right? Big uptrend. And then within that big uptrend, we've got a small uptrend, right? Pushes up and it pulls down. And you can see the bottoming tail that happened right at the anchored VWAP from before this gap right here. And so if that this candle ends up closing like that, I may buy some into the close, or I may just put a stop limit above this high. Because again, I'm playing with a trend. So all I'm trying to do is, if I can catch, again, the simplified model, if I can catch somewhere near the low of this trend, then my risk reward gets super, super tiny. And then if we end up pushing and making a new high and starting a new leg like this, right, give me one or two of those a year, and I'm a happy camper. So that's my whole philosophy, is that, and this comes from, I've worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years. I worked in the prop firm space years before that. I've mentored traders. I've talked to traders. The fancier somebody tries to figure out the market, generally speaking, the worse their overall returns, right? Because, I say it all the time, but the best of the best, the apex predators of the trading world are right half the time, if that, right? The Renaissance Capital, the best of the best, is right less than that. The difference, the thing that separates kind of the men from the boys in trading, in my opinion, and a lot of other people's, is just that risk management aspect, right? Can you catch a trend? And when you catch a trend, can you make way, way, way more than you're right than lose when you're wrong, right? So yeah, give me one of these. So yeah, I end up using this a lot. So actually, JB, I'm just going to set that price alert right now before I forget, because I really like the look of that one. Is there a shooting star alert? There is. If you go into the so just new, and we'll just make a new topless window. If you go into symbol lists right here, and then click right here to add an existing list, and then you look under daily, there's actually a bunch of, these are where all the kind of candlestick patterns. Basically, there's an algorithm that scans the whole market and converts them into candlesticks at the end of the day, and then shows you that as well, right? Because if you're looking at yesterday's candle, if we go and we just put in topping tail, which is right, a shooting star is just a unnecessarily fancy way to talk about topping tails, but let's just open this one up. In theory, most of these should have, and then again, we have to look at WFRD. We have to, you have to define all these things, but so yeah, WFRD had that would have been a perfect shooting star kind of look yesterday. Today it doesn't matter, just kind of gaps and goes. This is another one. I actually haven't really even opened the brokerage account just because I've been so busy at it. But you see the gap that happened here. This gap happened off of earnings, and this is what they call a breakaway gap, where it just gapped and ran. There was right a pullback to the anchored VWAP there, and a pullback to the anchored VWAP there, and then a pullback there. And I actually own some of this. I wish I could say I own the full lot as it's ripping, but I sold a chunk as we got to highs here. But the idea was the same kind of thing, right? Obviously in an uptrend, oil and gas just looks good as well. This particular stock, obviously in an uptrend. Again, you don't need to be a CMT just to, right? That's where the candles start, and this is where the candles are now. And that's kind of the simplest definition of a trend. And you see the 3 bottoming tails that happened on these candles, right? Showing just a lot of buying going on in this area right here. And then they had the anchored view up right below. So I actually bought on this, where this is where my price alert line is. I bought as we kind of broke out here. Stop right here, right? So my risk is just this, right, between this long line and right. So that's my risk. This was about 1 times my risk, where I sold half, and now the rest I have just kind of going. So obviously some wild action this morning. I know there was some oil news going on, but some wild action this morning. So that if I were to sell it here, that second half is probably 2 times my risk. But nice looking bottoming tail today. So I'll just wait to see where this closes and see if we're going to continue to march higher here. But again, just I'm a simple creature. And what I would say is that I'm not alone in my simple creatureness. There's most traders, I will say, most professional traders have very simple views of the market. If you're a day trader, that view is probably, looking for momentum changes and things like that. Barry's simple view of the market is that trends persist. So he's looking for stocks that pop up because there's some sort of news catalyst or earnings or whatever it is, the stock is moving. And then he is looking for his chance to buy into that stock and in hopes that it will continue to push where it is, right? But no insane indicators or anything crazy like that. It's just momentum persists. This upwork is interesting to me as well. Sorry, just messaging. Yeah, this upwork is just interesting because we've obviously had this earnings gap right here. So that was a nice shock up in the market. It was actually uptrending a little bit before then. Then I had this big gap up, and that just kind of shook the market a little bit. It's holding above its anchored VWAP before that gap. That's good. I want to own things that are above that. And we're just getting really, really tight here. And then if you kind of zoom in the last 3 days, it's like a candle in a candle, or a wedge in a wedge, or a flag in a flag, which is very, very interesting to me. So I'm going to watch this one. If we can get a little push out of this area right here, this is why I like to use the multiple time frames. So you see how I just have these set up like tabs. So I have weekly. I like, if I'm just scanning through stuff quickly, I'll use the picture-in-picture charts because it just gives me a really wide view. But I just have these set up in tabs. So I just go daily, weekly. Then here's the 30-minute. So the 30-minute would be more like my execution time frame if I needed one. But the idea is you can just see all of the action that's happened here at $15. So if I can get a substantial kind of push through $15, then I think that might be the move, looking at the daily chart and then even the weekly chart on this one. This is one of those that just got absolutely creamed. Not nearly as bad as a lot of stuff out there, to be blunt, but came all the way round tripped this insane move and is now starting to push up. So then even if you look at the weekly chart, right, a nice little kind of bull flag on the weekly chart. That's a bull flag on the daily chart, and then into the 30-minute. Right, again, I use the 30-minute more for entry and exit. So this trade may look something like, if we get this push above 15, get me in there, and then a stop just would go right under these lows right here, worst case. Right, because then my risk is tiny, right? I'm kind of just buying this, and my stop's like this. So even if it got back to these highs, that's probably 2 times my risk. And if we break through that, I could make substantially more than that. And again, I am totally cool with the rest of my days having like a 40% win rate. I still have to get to work on. I have a Substack that I have to write about that. Give me a 35 or 40% win rate for the rest of my days, and I'll be very happy with the kind of risk rewards I shoot for. On a gap up, do I go into a short time frame to find the exact candle that held the biggest percent move and anchor to that candle? No. I think that's just more of the overthinking it, looking for the perfect answer. Right? Basically, it will anchor from the beginning of the day before the action, right? You can even see from a day trading point of view how interesting the scan is with the AVWAP from Gap, right? Because if you're looking on a day trading basis, you can see it bounced off this AVWAP twice. Seemed to act as a pretty significant level of support and resistance, even intraday, for a long time. But no, I don't. Again, the more, and this is really hard, I know, especially for newer traders, is they think they look for a way to avoid the pain, and they look for a way to get as close to or closer to perfect if they can, right? And the problem with that is it's impossible, right? So you end up chasing a dragon of how do I ever avoid like large drawdowns and losing streaks and stuff like that, because they don't make us feel good. And after doing this for an incredibly long time, again, my turning point was just like, oh, we don't, right? We don't have a way to do that. We are just going to be perpetually, if you're in this game, you are going to be perpetually beaten up kind of over and over and over again. And it's just kind of the way that it works, right? Where regardless of what you do, Jerry Parker, I think, is a great example of this. He's one of the old turtle traders, and he is as true to the original turtle trading methods as you possibly can, simply buying breakouts with tight stops and putting trailing stops on them and just letting them go. And he's amassed over $1 billion of net worth doing it. And the same kind of thing. He knows that there's going to be days or weeks or months or maybe even a year where his system just kind of gets slapped around by little losses, but then eventually it will really explode. So the Substack I'm going to write is I took one of those challenge accounts where you can take these challenge prop accounts, and if you win, you get a prop money to trade with other people. I did that just basically trading the Dow. But right, my equity curve for that just looked like this. And then I passed. And I passed with a 35% win rate. So I was wrong in 2 of every 10 trades. I was wrong in 7 of every 10 trades. I was right in 2 to 3 of every 10 trades. But with a risk reward of 3 plus to 1, I ended up was past the challenge in 2 weeks, right? And it was just the Substack I'm going to write, the video I'm going to do, and all that is just going to be, here is more proof that all you need is to hit 1 every now and then. Like Tilray, for example, is making my month easily. And the idea was Tilray just came from another anchored VWAP scan that's looking from anchored VWAPs from a significant low point. And I really like it when it's from an all-time low, or at least a very significant low, right? And Tilray, as I zoom out here, you can see a very, very significant low. And you can see my little price alert line here, because what I noticed was, you can see how it acted as support on this day. And the next day, I put in this gravestone or dragonfly doji. And then so when it broke up the next day, I bought some. So I bought some Tilray, and my stop was right here. And then when we got this wicked move the next day, I actually sold some. I think at 370 or so. And now I have just half of this position. I'm just going to let it go for ages. Right? And again, only 30% chance that I'm ever correct on anything. 40%. Like I plan for a 30%, but if I'm right 40 or 50% of the time, it's great. And then everything happens in streaks, right? There's sometimes where the market's ripping and I'm right on 100% of trades for months, and those are amazing. And then there's times where the market's really difficult. I'm right on 0% of trades for months, which is obviously less fun. But that's, all there is to her, right? Take your shot, have your area, have it be in the direction of a trend. Every now and then you're going to get something like this. I think there was some news about whatever. Some weed bill or whatever. So we'll see. If this topping tail ends like this, I may chunk the butt rest out, but I'm trying to hold this one with a trailing stop just to see if something gets wild. Like Tilray is just, we go to the weekly chart here, just so incredibly smashed that for this thing to double to $6, you can see how it barely makes anything. This thing just got absolutely killed. This was 2018 when everyone thought weed was going to save the world. I remember watching this thing just ripping, and just the whole time thinking that this is just absolutely insane. And it turns out that to be the case. But again, I went from $2 here to 50 at one point in 2021. So anytime I see those, I'm like, okay, I need to see if I can hold a little bit, because if it does a crazy run to like $10 and I triple my money on it, then that's amazing, right? So is there a turtle trader scan? So the exact 100% rules of the turtle traders were never exactly released, but it's the idea behind it was how I built the type-based scan, right? So let's just add these on. So basically, the turtle traders, I'll just go quick summary. I know most people probably already know this, but for those who don't, the turtle traders were started by a man named Richard Dennis, who was a wildly successful future traders in the 70s, I think. He was a wildly successful future traders. He got in a bit of an argument with his business partner, basically saying, are traders born or are they made? Is there an innate skill that makes a trader profitable, or is it simply a question of strategy? So what they did is they put out a flyer in the mail, and they hired everybody from like every type. Most of them, I think they actively avoided people with trading experience. They wanted people kind of completely from different backgrounds. And then they gave them his trading rules and said, here, your job. They gave them like $1 million, I think, to start with, of his money, and said, you are going to trade my rules. And I don't care if you win money or lose money, you will still have a job here if you follow my rules to a T. So that was kind of the premise behind it. And his rules was simply a Donchian channel break, which is just a fancy way of saying highs and multi-period high and a multi-period low. So the Donchian channel, the setting is 20. Basically, it just says it's a 20-period high. So this blue line below it is always going to be the 20-period low, and the blue line above is always going to be the 20-period high. And he did some fancy stuff that, again, copying doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but you can read the book. But it's basically just, I want to buy new highs, either monthly highs, or that's why I've added a couple time frames to the type base. A 20-week high would be a 6-month high. A 20-day high would be a 1-month high. And that's kind of what I've based this off of. So what all of these things, if you go through them, you'll notice is that they have a 20-period high that is the same or less, right? So you can see, again, the blue line above is a 20-period high. You can see this one's kind of come down dramatically because it's spent a lot of time in this range. And then a 20-period low that's about the same, right? So the idea is that it's looking for things that are within a kind of flat 20-period high. You can see right here, this SN, within a flat 20-period high and a flat 20-period low. And it's basically just saying that this is kind of the way it goes. And then that 20-period high and that 20-period low, I just made sure that they were kind of tight in a way based off of average true range. So I just basically, they're making tight bases. And you can see, right, this one's got a really, really tight bait. So the turtle trader idea was really, really simple. You buy a breakout of a tight base, you slap on a trailing stop based off average true range. So we can add that on there as well, right? We have, I was actually playing with building one of them for you guys, so that should be in there soon. But average true range. So the average true range on this stock right now is $3 a share, right? So $3.18 a share. It's probably because of this crazy bar is actually probably fudging these numbers a little bit. But we'll go with it just because the chart looks really nice here. It's actually, can we zoom in a candle to get that? No, it's probably as tight as we can zoom in. Anyway, right. So we have a nice tight base here. And then we have an ATR. I wonder if this is updating with today's data. Say $2 a share, just to make it easier. So they take a multiple of that. I would do it based off whatever you think. But for this one, I wouldn't say any more than probably $2 is necessary, right? So you're buying, again, let's just say it breaks out right here. You're buying basically 30, 50, and you're going to risk down to maybe 34.50 or maybe $30, whatever it is. And then you're basically leaving that. So you're using this to create your trailing stop, right? People ask me all the time what I think about trailing stops, and I hate just I'm going to put a 25-cent trailing stop on it because depending on the volatility of the stock, depending on a bunch of things, that might not make any sense at all, right? I don't like a 2% trailing stop for the same reason. But an ATR trailing stop makes more sense because it is varied based off of how that individual asset moves, right? So their idea would simply be, I'm going to buy breakouts, I'm going to put a trailing stop on it, and I'm going to leave it. Some ended up using, so what happened is after, obviously, the turtle trading experience was very, very successful. A lot of the traders ended up making a lot of money. They ended up splitting off into their own, most of them opening their own like hedge funds, and they ended up experimenting. Some of them would just use like a 5-day low or something and say, okay, if it breaks a 5-day low, I'm back out. But the point of it is Where the power really came from with sub 50% win rates is every now and then they just catch a doozy. And I just use ELF because, Jesus, it's freaking ELF. And because I know, so I was there when they interviewed Jerry Parker live at the 50th anniversary of the CMT event. And he talked about how they bought ELF, I think right here, as it broke out of its new all-time highs. And at that time, he was still in it with his entire hedge fund. At the time of recording now, I think he's probably still in it, right? Because he would have put some sort of trailing stop. The dude manages money, manages billions of dollars. So he's definitely using the weekly chart, not the daily chart. But yeah, he mentioned he bought ELF. I think during the time of the 50th, it was May, I think. So let's say it was somewhere in this area. And yeah, he said he still has it. And I would say he still has it. And it's one of those things where if he took a small percentage of his fund, like say, 5% of his fund is allocated to this particular security, and he's up like 5x on it, right? That his whole fund is made like a 20% return because of this one small stock. But the power that you like, the superpower you have to do this, and the superpower that I think is really hard for a lot of traders, is knowing that when you push the button to buy a breakout, that there's like a 60 to 70% chance that the thing just turns around and stops you out over and over and over again, right? So it's like, can you play the game where you're going to get hit, you're going to get hit, you're going to hit, and eventually still have the wherewithal to, when you're in something like this, not sell some, right? And I've talked about a couple of the trades I've been in, and I'm trying to get better at it. But what, a Jerry Parker or a Turtle Trader equity curve would look a lot like that challenge account where I talked about, where it's probably just a lot of little tiny cuts, and then boom, right? And then little tiny cuts, and then they catch another like ELF, and it's like this, right? So you have to be able to sit through these periods of nothing to small losers to get that, right? And that's the hard part. So
I got to break in, Michael.
Uh-oh.
I don't got it, but I'd like to.
Okay.
Interesting hearing you talk about. Now, the first thing you were talking about, how he went out and actually wanted people with no trading experience. And I can completely see that. He could never have done it with me because I would have rebelled. He would have said, following his rules, I would have looked at I can't take that. I can't take that because I've got, some bias. People with absolutely no trading experience are just going to follow him. Why not? Because they don't know any. Well, I shouldn't say know any better. They don't know anything. So why not follow with somebody who seems like he knows what he's talking about? So I can completely understand that. The other thing, though, I can't understand though a little bit though, when you talk about knowing that maybe 70% of the breakouts aren't going to work. I'm surprised it hasn't been able to figure out. Okay, but this is what the ones that don't work. This is kind of what they're doing. And I'm surprised not able to maybe figure out a way, not necessarily to cut it out. You're never going to cut it out, but maybe even get it from instead of 70% not working. Okay, 50%, just as, you know what I mean? Like, it seems to me that there should be a way to try to get more odds in your favor.
Well, he's certainly trying, right? But it's again, the interview with him, I think it's paywalled. Maybe I can get you access, but I think it's paywalled. It was a fascinating interview at the CMT thing, because he was obviously sitting down. He was kind of a rock star of the thing, right? Because a billionaire walks into the room and sits down and says, "Okay, I'm okay taking questions about CMT
Sounds like
stuff."
a start of a joke. A billionaire walks into a bar.
But yeah, a lot of his philosophy was, it was the wrong focus. That he basically said he spent maybe 5-10 years of his life after the Turtle Trader program focusing on just that, trying to put in fundamentals, trying to put in all of these different kind of concepts and philosophies. And the idea, he was like, I want to up the win rate. I want to up the win rate. And obviously, as someone running a lot of money, he's got a couple quants on staff. They were running models, they were using machine learning, they were testing things, they were doing all this. And every time they would be able to kind of crank out a higher win rate, it would leave out sometimes one of those outliers like ELF, right? It may turn out that something like ELF looks nothing like a the same thing that failed to break out, right? There may have been no difference between an ELF and something that failed to break out. So what happened was every time he would up win rate, it would actually lower overall profit, because for every 10 stop outs that he got rid of going through in his entire career and back testing everything he's done, he would lose out one ELF. And one ELF is way better than having 10 stop outs, right? So what he just decided after 5-10 years of trying to up the win rate is that was the wrong question. The better question was, how do I increase the profit potential when I'm right? And then he spent the rest of his trading career chasing that question of, who cares if I'm wrong often? How do I deal with the risk management and the risk and reward and all that kind of stuff? So what he ended up doing, and this is kind of the push that he took away from a lot of the other turtles, is one, he focuses a lot on correlation of his portfolio. He says a huge amount. He trades indexes, he trades commodities, he trades currencies, he trades all this stuff, just to make sure that there's uncorrelated assets. And then the other thing that he did, which a lot of the turtles didn't do, is actually the single stock trading. Most of them actually avoided that. And they would just focus on commodities, currencies, bonds, and indices. And what he found was, again, just being able to put so many uncorrelated stocks within a basket, that it's way better to be wrong a lot and get that one winner than to fight on the other side. So he basically talked about it as like fighting a battle on two fronts, right? The more he pushed for his win rate to be higher, the less he would make overall, because he would miss these other ones. So, and then he just joked about how he's a masochist, so he's okay with taking the pain.
It would just be hard, I guess, for somebody with a small account to try to do that at the beginning, because you're right. I heard you say you could be wrong weeks and weeks at a time, even a year at a time, and it all depends on the market and the types of things he's looking to get into. So yeah, you have to have some kind of a size in your account to be able to even duplicate something like that.
Well, and you gotta always. This is why I always say that I haven't said it yet, but I'm gonna. But you have to build your own trading plan. Is because what he's obviously trying to do is way different as a billionaire hedge fund manager, as somebody who's got a $200,000 account and is trying to day trade it for a living, right? Those are going to be two completely kind of diametrically opposed goals. Now, what I would say is the person who's trying, has got the $200,000 account and is trying to make a living at it, right? Hopefully, notice I didn't say $10,000 account, because I hate when someone goes, "Oh yeah, I got 10 grand. How am I going to make a living trading?" You're not.
I only want to make 500 a day.
Yeah.
With a $10,000 account. How can I do that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, it's super easy. But no, but what I would say is that the frequency of all of that changes, right? So I talked about before, and I have to write a Substack and do a video, but I did one of those trading challenges. I don't know if you heard that part, but basically you give them money, they give you an account, and you need to make 10% before you lose 5%. And if you do, you win a challenge and they give you an account. Basically, it's an amazing business model. We do the same thing with Trade the Pool, and we're a partner with them if you guys want to check that out. They'll actually, I think, subsidize a couple months of trade ideas if you try their thing. From their point of view, it's a brilliant business model, because like I paid to apply to have a job as a trader at their fund, right? And then with my new account, as I make money, they take a percentage. So anyway, if we're ever looking to get into a business, Barry,
yeah, well, it might happen. You never know.
That's
you want to. By the way, do you want to answer Peter's question? He says, "What do you?" I know what I consider a low float, but do you want to answer that question? What do you consider a low float?
I don't know. I'd say anything under $1 billion or float. Float. No, I was thinking market cap. So I don't know, anything under like what, 100 billion, 200 million. would
So this is how
probably.
I answer the question all the time, Michael. If you're used to trading Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, etc., with the multi-billion floats, then for you and anybody who trades those, 100 million would seem very, very low.
Mm,
But if you're somebody like myself, who is not trading those high market cap stocks, I use it well, for me, my personal cutoff as a not that I don't even actually have any filters anymore. I don't care what the float is.
me neither.
Just that most of the things that I see that are coming on my scans, they happen to be low floats because how does anything move 50 or 60% if it's got several billion in the float? But I used to always say that anything for me under 20 million was what I would consider a low float. The only thing that's changed in my mind is that, and I had this discussion, I think, with Steve and Jamie last week, and Andy also, is that in the last couple of years, I would say 2 years ago, I don't think I ever saw a sub 1 million share float. I don't think I ever saw that. And
Hmm.
now we're starting to see many, many, many of them. So, I mean, that's insanely low. And that's why, an HSDT and some of these crazy,
Well,
crazy
like,
ones can go up 100, 200%, move from $2 to $70.
but
So,
the
but
issue
it
here.
really is all depending, Peter, what you're used to trading. That's really it. I may revise it personally a little bit and say anything under 10 million is what I would consider a low float. But again, it all depends on there's no hard and fast answer to that. You're not going to go, somewhere and say, well, this is the absolute definition of a low float. It really depends on what you're used to trading.
Well, yeah, and it's also, I think the float rotation filter might be a good one to kind of
Hmm.
normalize that if you want to do like programmatically. Which basically, for those who don't know, we've got a float rotation filter that basically just takes the amount of volume done today and then divides it by the float. Right. So if you've got 100 million shares in your float, but you've done 200 million in volume today, you've traded the entire float of the company um, twice over. Right.
Twice. Yeah.
Which is anything even approaching one, I would say is going to be substantial, right? If you're trading the
Hmm.
entire company now with these VFS, but the issue then also becomes, and this is where we can get super fancy with shit, but the issue then becomes is how is the float divvied up? Because I think that's a important thing that a lot of people don't even bother looking at, myself included. Because again, I'm as pure of a technician as you can get. Just show me the price, but for example, this VSFS, the reason that this thing went so crazy is because when they went public, the CEO retained 90% of the float for
Yes.
himself,
Yes.
right? So that becomes a massive deal. If he owns 90% of the company, then regardless of what the public float number is, things are completely different when it comes to that. And then also who owns the float. So for example, I've been long some Mattel. Um, I did a big pitch on Trader TV. I bought some around here, 21.75. And part of the reason that I liked it is 95%, 94% of the float is held by institutions.
Hmm.
So even though it's a big float company, because 92% is held by hedge funds and things like that, it means that the odds of them dumping that entire float on the market is way less than if you took a low floater, and a lot of that's owned by like venture capitalists. Like what happened with like Rivian is, this thing IPO'd at $150 a share, but
Hmm.
everybody who owned the float were people who were early investors in Rivian, so they all dumped the float as quickly as they could on the
Yeah,
market.
as soon as they were able to dump it, sure, why not?
Yeah, it's like, you were an IPO investor in Rivian, and it goes public at $60 and you're looking at like $1 billion in unrealized gains, and
Hmm.
that there's a potential that this will happen, then you dump it, right? So it just all of that is just to say the float is way more complicated than the number you see on the screen, right? How much of it is an RSUs, that when the RSUs mature and blah blah. So again, the way I look at it is just this is the more I look at other stuff, the more I focus on price, right? It's because it's like it just makes my life so much easier. I don't need to know
Speaking
the float of
speaking
most
of
things.
Rivian, Michael, I saw my first Rivian in Vancouver. Never seen one before. Um, pretty pretty unimpressive looking car. I have no idea how it runs. It's more like a truck, and pretty
Yeah, they're pickup
unimpressive
trucks.
looking. I have no idea how it runs, but it's the first one I've seen.
I
Uh,
drove in one briefly. A buddy of mine had one. I think it was like a rental or something. I think his car broke and that's what they gave him.
mhm,
I follow a YouTuber, this MKBHD guy. He's like the biggest like tech YouTuber on the planet right now.
right.
And he reviews a lot of cars and a lot of electric cars. And he said they were actually really, really nice. Like he liked them. So
Mhm.
I don't know. My question is with I think the reason that Tesla is going to win for so long is because I'm not going to buy a Rivian, even if they say, hey, this is better than the Cybertruck and all that stuff, is because when you're buying a car, it's such a huge purchase that you want the company to have been around for a while and to
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like Tesla's had recalls and they've had to deal with that kind of stuff. And so you can look at a Tesla and say, okay, I generally know that if I buy this, it's going to last for 5 years, right? Because
Well,
all of,
and plus, there's a there's going to be a resale market for it.
yeah.
That's the other thing. I mean,
Whereas with
so
Rivians, you don't know if you're going to buy it and you're going to have like maybe you think it's the greatest car ever. And then, next year, the company goes, there's a giant recall and the company goes bust. And then you
mhm,
bought this, right? So I don't know. I honestly think that's why I know we're not a fundamental place here. And I don't do fundamentals either. But it's really why I'm excited for like I know Volvo, for example, is getting into an electric. And like I drive a Volkswagen right now, and I know Volkswagen's getting into electric. I want to
mhm,
see like
yes,
these
yes.
I want to see these big guys with like because I have a Volkswagen Tiguan. I think it's like one of those little
Yep.
SUVs, and I love it. So if they
Mhm,
came out tomorrow and they said, "Listen, we have an electric version of this," I'm going to be way more inclined to do that than I will even a Tesla. And again, it could be a worse car, but it's like, okay, I know that Volkswagen's going to be here in 5 years,
mhm.
and I know there's going to be a resale in Volkswagen, and I know that if they screw up this car in some way, it is worthwhile reputationally to like give me another car to fix it or to whatever. And then yeah, it's same with Rivian and what's the other one? Polaris. And there's a couple of these.
Which
There's
is a
this
really, really sharp looking car, I have to say. I've seen them in the
really nice
malls.
looking.
Haven't seen one on the street yet, but yeah, I think the Polaris is a beautiful looking car.
Yeah, but I would just be so I'm like you just started to exist. Like how do I know you're
Mhm.
not going to cease to exist in a month and then I've
Yeah.
just bought this car that I've spent 20, 30 grand on and then it's like okay, now what? Right? Who fixes it, who does, right? So I it's interesting because there's a lot of that because I'm very interested in going electric next time. I'm getting solar installed because I don't
Mhm.
the Canadian government's essentially paying for it. So
Sure.
why not? Then I think the next logical step is well, if I've got ample power running through my house, then I might as well plug a car into it, not have to go to the
Mhm.
gas station. But yeah, so I don't know.
I kind of like the Ford. I kind of like that new Ford hatchback electric vehicle. Have you seen it?
No, not the
Not the
not the
Ford, the
Lightning. Oh, Mustang.
Mustang. Sorry, not the Ford.
No,
Well,
I
it's Ford,
was
but
I was
it's pretty
interested
cool looking.
in a Lightning, and the reason I was interested in a Lightning, the F-150, is that it can reverse power your house too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it's like a giant battery kind of parked outside of your house. So
And you're in the middle of nowhere, so that could be handy.
well, yeah, and if the weather's getting, we've had fires. I know you guys are still dealing with that. We've had
Mhm,
floods. Like we lost a couple people here due to flooding, and the hurricanes
mhm.
seem to be getting worse, and everything seems to be getting wild. So it's like, the doomsdayer of me wants to prep a bit and just say, okay, how can I run this house for a few weeks without needing any help from the outside world? Because
Mhm.
if shit
Well,
continues.
Michael, we'll leave it like this because you've got the Doomsday Beard, perfect. Okay, that's the Doomsday Beard, so
Yes,
you've got
sir.
that going for itself. So you just got to grow your hair a lot longer down to your shoulders, and then you're set. I better take over now, Michael. I got to get back in the other room. So, but
Okay.
thanks as always for the for stepping in for me.
No worries at all. You have a good
Okay,
one. I'll
okay, bye
talk to
bye.
you soon.
All right, guys, let me just grab the stream. There we go. So I'm now back. Guys, I'm back. I'm back. Just gotta get my music going. And there we go. Okay, so what I'm looking at right now, I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna do it though. GDC doesn't look like it's going to have that late day move. So I still have a price alert set for it for GDC, but I don't think it's going to have that late day move. Yeah, pop up. Who's your broker that you can short easy geo? Oh, you know what? Shorts have become available now at Interactive Brokers. I know it's an AI short, but there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. But now I guess there's been some short covering because there are 41,000 available now. ZM, let's take a look at ZM. Zoom. Actually, it's been having a pretty good several weeks, 63 up to 75. So basically 2 weeks. This is only the first day of this week. So Zoom has actually had a pretty good since earnings. I mean, the earnings result was not great, but since then hasn't been too bad. And that's ZM. But Real is talking about that 15-minute red candle up here on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, Dak, I know you're short HE. I'm assuming you're short HE. Yeah, it's been a grind on the way down. OLMA again. This one that was a bad spread. There's a red bar ignored there right there for OLMA on the 15-minute chart. If you look at the 15-minute chart, you see the uptrend, then you see that 1245 red candle completely engulfed. 1245 15-minute red candle completely engulfed by the 1230 candle. The next candle green moving above the high of that red candle. That can signify a continuation of the trend. Not 100%, of course, but well, this one from our AI hasn't been too bad. I did not take it. I was kind of doing other stuff, but now I'm noticing it. This GH is sort of I mean, it's still positive for the day. So I was looking at a top, and you can see that down arrow right there. That signifies a short from the AI. 37.41 was the suggested entry. 35.97 now. This could go. I mean, this now that it broke down through that whole number, this has a chance. Excuse me. The next low is around 35. on the 15. Goods and his NAV. Yeah, you cracked me up. I thought it was going to be at least 50 or 60 cents, but okay. 9 cent. Well, if it ever got up to 60 cents again, that would be amazing because I mean, look at all the stuff it's got to go through. But anyway, I'm sure you're not serious. Maybe you are. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Where could this HE keep going to? Let's see where the next low is for HE. And the answer is, looks like, wow, 11. Yeah, so it's through that 1286. So the next low looking left on the daily chart is 1129. So there is about almost $1.50 to the next low for HE. And as always, we're not saying it's going to get there. On the weekly chart, of course, it's way down here, $9 or so. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. Okay, guys, I'll do my video now. What time is it now? 112, say 113. Should be back no later than 123. Hey guys, putting myself on mute then. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, can't do it unfortunately out of grid. We cannot refer to intraday candles very well. Okay, so unfortunately, you cannot do it even with a custom formula. Question is, you want to find the highest volume of the entire trading day? What candle had that? Say on a 1 minute basis. Unfortunately, we're just that's one thing that company. Well, it's just I don't want to call it a limitation, but we just can't do it. Unfortunately, sorry. I mean, you could. I mean, what I use here. I mean, this is not exactly what what you're looking for, but what I used here in my momentum scan is something like this. The volume in the last minute was 1,000% of normal. Now, that doesn't mean though that that is going to be the biggest volume candle of the day. I mean, but it'll be pretty big. Okay. It may not be the biggest, but it should be pretty big. So you can try that. Now, as an alert, this is a filter as an alert, which I don't use. You can try this. 1 minute volume spike and a ratio higher. Okay. You can try this, a 1 minute volume spike. Okay. Again, it's not going to give you exactly what you're looking for, but within reason, though, you're going to see a stock that has 1 minute volume spike. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So you'll see stuff. Now, you don't have to use new highs necessarily. Of course, you can use like a new high of the day. That's what I like to see. But if you wanted a new 5 minute high, a new 10 minute high, a 15 minute high, things like that, you can have different alerts. Of course, I just happen to be somebody who loves to see highs or stocks near the highs or lows of the day. Yeah, it's a question we do get a lot. Not necessarily that exact question, but the ability to reference previous candles, intraday candles. We just really can't do that. All right, HE just made another new low, guys. HE made another new low. Remember, it's got the room down to 1370, I think, or 1170 or something. So it still has some room. That's not good. United Airlines nationwide ground strike due to a computer issue. Okay, UAL, not affecting the other airlines. See what's happening with Delta, just for fun. See if they're being. I mean, it should just be for United Airlines, but you know what? Misery loves company, I guess. JetBlue. Let's take a look at JetBlue. They're the only ones that stopped, but it's almost like people didn't know necessarily the reason, and so United Airlines selling off. Maybe not seeing that it's very specific to that company and really has no bearing these other ones. Though I mean, I don't know enough about your system, but JetBlue probably has, I don't know, do they feed into United Airline hubs and things like that? So possible that that is a reason too. Pop up. Obviously, with one of those fancy services like Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero. 'Cause I don't think VFS is shortable for me still. No. Oh, sorry. I just see your question now, Luca. Sorry about that. With Airbnb, okay. So, I mean, so the news, I guess, had been out there for a year, according to Grumpy, about New York City not allowing long-term or short-term stays. So the news came out today, though, that it's in effect. Didn't seem to matter. I mean, the stock has popped up. I don't know why. I have no idea. But there's the VWAP, 142.48. So it's about a dollar above the VWAP and targeting the low of the day. That'd be a pretty big drop down to 139, 139.73. That'd be a pretty big drop. And the reason Airbnb is up, that's right, joining the S&P 500. Okay. So that news about New York City didn't affect it at all. So yeah, big move up on that news. This obviously the news was out after hours on Friday, and then here's the pre-market. So with two coming in, obviously two are leaving. I think I saw somebody post the ones that are leaving the S&P 500. Some of you guys were playing ICCT. I think ICCT is exhibiting a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. ICCT. Yeah, so trigger would have been 735 or so. Um, could be, some resistance right around here at 780. Of course, very risky. I mean, low float. Yeah, so my wife is at home, so you do hear her in the background. I'm surprised that you didn't hear the leaf blower, but you hear her. It's hilarious. Somehow it's picking her up. Sorry. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, guy. NTIP. Let's see what NTIP is doing. NTIP. Ugly looking daily charts. I'll forget about that one. I did not say that, to William. Do a little Vegas drum roll on that one. Um, hmm, okay. Oh, there we go. Pepe wasn't around to tell me I had my sound alerts off. I'm just wondering, very, very silent right now. AKRO, what a straight down move. Maybe a bounce around 50. AKRO. Hmm. Okay, guys, not seeing too much. I was watching that Z Lab. That's one that I may have taken, but it looks like it just basically doing nothing. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that.
Yes, I got it. Okay. So, okay. So don't look at the you remove that, but I can remove it with two times or just one.
Just give me a moment, guys. All right. Let's see now. Um, all right. Well, this is just over the whole number. Let's see if there's anything interesting for me anyway. GNLX, very choppy looking daily chart. If it can get through, yeah, 2559, it's got a shot, I suppose. GNLX, not very much volume though. 152,000 shares. It's 3.5 times normal, but I guess is that the spread. Yeah, look at the spread. 24.91, 25.25. So yeah, and forget about it. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's not going to rip a couple of dollars, but I don't know that, so I'm not going to take it. I would use a different start, Christine, to that. I would have gone, yay, just realized I had some. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I can explain. So every time you click on an alert, every time, okay, doesn't matter where, if I click on OLA as an example, so this is for you, Sully, okay, and anybody else. These are these smart list, smart stop and risk levels and all. So when I click on it, let's click on OLMA, OLMA. Let's hope I can see it. Okay. So what they're saying is, if I took this trade right here at 1275, right here at 1275, a suggested stop would be right there, 1240. Okay. Every time you click on an alert, the smart stop is automatically generated. The target I wouldn't even pay attention to. The target is just double the difference between if you got into the trade. Say, let's make the math simple. Let's say I took this trade at 1280 and the stop was at 1240. That's a 40-cent difference. They're just doubling the target area. Okay. So in other words, 80 cents on top. I wouldn't pay any attention to that. If you're going to pay attention to anything, and you want to try it, you might want to pay attention to the smart stop. Just see how it works. I would practice in the simulator though. So again, that's so every time you click on an alert, that smart stop is generated. How it's generated, in a nutshell, it takes the high and the low of the day, the volatility of the 15-minute candles, and it feeds those numbers in, and it generates this smart stop. Okay, it's a guide. It's a guide. Okay, it doesn't some of them make sense to me. I can see why not PNL, DNLX, but that'd be a pretty wide stop for that stock. But I can see what it's looking at. Okay, guys, GDO may be trying to crawl back here, but it's going to have to crawl back a lot. Just sorry about that. One moment, please. Okay, guys, AI play stock 443 is the high, so it does have some room. I'm talking about CXAI. Now let's take a look at AI itself. Okay, I haven't looked at AI for a while. But let's take a look at AI itself. Is it driving? Excuse me. Is it driving this and others? Not really. In fact, no. AI, what a mess. Very, very messy intraday. But so it looks like the CXAI is kind of trading on its own. I don't see any news on it. Verb has that look though. I mean, it's one of those ones that has been kind of basing now for quite a while. So I guess I can't call it quite a base, but kind of chopping around like as high as 193 down to one, say 7-ish. If it gets some volume. There's no volume because you have the volume is tailed off on the 15-minute chart. If it gets some volume and pushes through, this could have a late day run. One of those low float, 4 million in the float, had some news to do with TikTok. And the other thing is it has some room for 337 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Has to, so if it can clear today's high, it still would have room to the weekly high of 337. Okay, that's the problem. I've got some other, I have the drip sound here, and I keep hearing drip, but this is not making, so I must have some other one. Let me just check all my windows that I have. Not that one. Hmm, I'm not sure where that noise is coming from. Ah, now I see it. See, rookie mistake. I had the same sound alert on two different windows. So give me a moment. I have to change that sound alert. Give me a moment, guys. I think I just messed it up again. Just give me a moment. Yeah. Okay. Just sync. Don't say that. Well, it's simple. SMPL. If it can crack 33, it may have a shot down to the 32 level. Little disconnect in the market. The Dow is down, 120. Nas is only down 5. So there's a bit of a disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. There's a CXAI that I cannot find any news on it. It is just an AI play, of course, really trading on its own. And this is it. So this is showing up on the daily reversal. Wow. Daily reversal, 398. Early on, 1010. 1010 Eastern time. Wow, this is really ripping here. I think Steve had this one, but he gave up on it. Well, if it gets through all that, then the next high is around 5 CXAI. Oh, the GH guys continues to make its way down. GH continues to make its way down. Yeah, it might be just one of these ones in which that short flow percent is attracting traders somewhere, some room, some newsletter. Who knows? Do they still do newsletters? But anyway, yeah, with a low float and the high short float percent, it just might be the AI play du jour. All right, guys. Simple SMPL continues to make its way down. What a great break on the daily chart after somewhat euphoric action over the last 5 days, last week, and just wiping it all out, plus the previous week now. Yeah, I mean, maybe Casa, but I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't be holding my breath with what they're going to come up with AI. I think the last time they had earnings was, I don't know, you have to go back about 3 months. So maybe sometime in June. Take a look at what might have happened. That's sometime in June. Yeah, this might have been, I don't know, this might have been it that day. I can't really remember. I'd have to look at a daily chart. Anybody know the week that AI released? Back in, I think it looks like 3 months ago is in June sometime. And what happened then? I know I could look it up, but I'll let somebody else. Oh, thank you, Casa. So right at the very end, okay. So so it would have been this week right there. That red. So it popped up and it came right back down. But afterwards, yeah, it had a nice run, but then ooh. So it's hard to know what the reaction is going to be to earnings this time. Well, Phoenix, I don't know if you read. I mean, of course, it'd be speculation, but I'm sure you read all this. Okay, so the Glazer family were going to take the club off the market, having failed to get close to their anticipated asking price, and they're talking about shelving it until 2025, I think, or was it 2024? They're looking for a lot more. So you could be sitting on dead money for a while, or maybe tomorrow somebody comes in with the $8 billion bid that they're looking for. See if I can find that. Wow. I mean, that is basically double then, because I think I saw it was 6 billion that the sheikh from Qatar was offering. I think it was 6 billion. So they're looking for double that. Could be put back on the market in 2025. So, that's you could be sitting on dead money for a long time, or somebody comes in tomorrow with a good bid. So very speculative. Shoot, I was going to mention this one, but I was just in the throes of my video. ENTA showed up. This is an all-time low. Doggone it. ENTA, it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown right at 113. I was almost going to cut in, but I was just getting set for my video. There was the alert at 1248. Of course, it's got all sorts of room. Why? Well, it's an all-time low. So there's nothing holding this up. But I just feel for me, it's just a little too late, obviously. All right, guys, it is Tuesday today. I may pop into the marketing meeting just to see if there's anything interesting, just for a bit. Hey guys, so I think I don't know how long I'll be in there, but we should try to attend. There are two of them a week. I try to get into one maybe, just to see. Okay, so muting myself now. Yeah, I saw that. So they're participating, and it is today, 4:25 p.m. So maybe people are thinking, what are they going to say? This is this grinder company, and 4:25. They're participating in this conference. Today is the 5th. Yes, so hasn't happened yet, but in advance of the stock is starting to pop a bit. All right, guys. Now, excuse me. MCFT is at yesterday's low, Friday's low, and the next low underneath that is 20. So there is some room if it can really crash through Friday's low. Had a big down day on, let's say that's Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. That was earnings. Down day. I mean, it recovered, but I mean, it was down quite a bit from the close of the day before. It did recover. Yeah, the DBGI guys, I did not get in it. This is the crazy one from last week. One of the crazy ones from last week. Actually, 2 weeks ago, I guess. This is when it got up to no, yeah, 2 weeks ago. This is when it got up to almost $25. So this is in for a sizable open. It's halted at 1468. Projected open 1635. Ooh, I lost sight of this one. The Z Lab. I lost sight of it. Kind of doing what I was thinking it might do. There's the Z Lab. So I think I saw it right there. I had a little bit of a pull up, and now look at this from 28, 28.50 or so, now down to 28. The low of the day is 28. Looks like that. 28.06. So it's right at the low of the day. There's another candle that might be challenging it to get through, and that is 28.06. Pre-market low is here around 27.67. Hmm. Okay, guys, it is now 2:32. So this is one last look at my homepage. So yeah, this promo code that is alive right now for 25% off. This will disappear tomorrow night, midnight Eastern time. Say 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So you still have time if you want to take out a subscription using this promo code. So there is the promo code to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you don't know this product very well, then what I would do is take out a monthly, okay, to start off with. You can stay monthly forever. Look at DBGI, just absolutely exploded here. And I think it just got halted again, probably. Yeah, just got halted again. So this is what I would do. If you don't know the product very well, what I would do is start off with a monthly. And again, you can stay monthly. I mean, probably, I'll bet you the majority of our customers are month to month. Obviously, the reason to go yearly is your per month cost is lower, but you have to come up with the money up front. But so I would go 25% off that first month. And if within actually that's not even true anymore. At any time, if you have a monthly subscription, I can get you a 25% discount. Okay. But if you want 25% off the first month, there's a code you can use. You must do the get started, take you about 10 or 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 could be a great course for you. Okay, Brant, it is free. Stock of the day video that I do every day is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. I think it's just kind of hanging around the level FSR. Yeah, so the trigger was 601, I believe. So it's just kind of hanging around. Big education section is here. And then again, here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, you just have to, so you'll be up here. Just scroll down a bit and then to the scan section. And these are the scans that I am sharing. Okay. Well, some of them you can see, some of them you can't see. And as always, all I ask, if you're going to take up a subscription, please use my homepage link, click on it, and whatever promo code is available that day, use that promo code, of course. So, I mean, if you take out a subscription today or next week or next month or next year, just use my link, okay? It helps the room immensely because this is a free room, but as anything, there's a cost for the company. So, love to make sure that it's paying for itself. Okay, that's all I ask. And of course, you can ask questions all day long. Never fear. Don't worry thinking that you're interrupting me in a trade or something. If I'm in a trade that, and I've been in a couple, especially the one earlier today, that I had to absolutely pay attention to it. But most of the time, that's not the case. So you can ask me questions all day long. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys. So, William, I'm assuming that you'll be good to go after 3 o'clock. I'm going to leave right at 3 until 4. Okay, great. So, William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. I will be taking off at 3. I've got somewhere I'm going to go. Well, you know what I'm going to do? Unless you guys tell me differently, I'm going to head over to Best Buy. I'm going to buy a mic and I'll see if that's any different. And if it isn't, I can take it back. If it is, great. Unless you all tell me I'm fine right now. You're a funny man, Fritz. You're a funny person. I'm not. I shouldn't assume you're a man. Okay. Well, honestly, I'm going to have to do just an informal poll here because I don't mind going over there, but I mean, if I'm sort of reasonably back to normal, maybe the odd little bit of static. Yeah, good idea, Pepe. Yeah, there's no. Yeah, I mean, it's simple plug and play. So I think I know how to put the new mic in. There's no news on DBGI. No, I'm sure there isn't. Oh, there actually, you know what? There is news on DBGI. So I don't know if that means they were going to do a financing and now they're saying they're not going to do a financing. Yeah, thank you, Ori. Yeah, they canceled the financing. So they're not doing a financing. So that was the news for DBGI. So in the odd time, yeah, sometimes that there is news in some of these crazy little ones. And that was the news. So not doing a financing. Why is that important? Well, when they do a financing, it dilutes the position. Your position will be diluted. I mean, there's so few in the float right now anyway. That's why, guys, I'm not going to give up on meds at some point. No shorts available. At Interactive Brokers, no shorts available for DBGI. That's why I'm not going to lose sight of meds. When I say give up on meds, I mean I still think that meds has a chance to do something down the road. It's got the same float almost as the DBGI. It did hit $20 here, and you never know out of nowhere. Fair enough. I didn't say my meds. I said I'm not going to give up on meds. But you're right. Well, this will be a little fascinating to see where this goes. Actually, BBGI. I mean, then now look at this: a halt 1843, potential open 21. Well, if it does go over, then that'll take out that high. Then the next high is 25, and that is for DBGI. Rumor goes Amazon offered to buy DBGI. Yeah. Well, who started that rumor? Well, guys, I'm not going to do anything because I am taking off in 15 minutes, but I'll just keep this up for entertainment purposes. See what happens. When was the halt? So it halted right after that. So that's one of the problems we've got with our halts resumes. If the halt happens so soon after a resume, we don't pick it up. So let's just say it was 2:33:30. So this is obviously going to be more than a 10-minute halt even. So it looks like it's going to be at least a 15-minute halt then for DBGI. Okay, guys. Again, got another 13 minutes or so. Any questions? This one's showing up, I think, for the first time. NEOV. I don't think I saw this. We'd seen this one earlier. NEOV. Again, another ugly looking daily chart. Ugly in that when you look left, you just start to see all sorts of topping tails and bottoming tails. It doesn't give you a lot of confidence that any sort of a trend can continue. Confidence to me, anyway. Doesn't mean it's not going to. Doesn't mean it won't get right to 335 and power right through. But for me, most of the time, that will not happen. Hey, there it goes, guys. BBGI just went, opened. So it was a 15-minute halt. Now it's halted again. I'm sure it's going to get halted again. Yeah, I mean, it has to get halted again. You know how you can tell? Crazy. You can just tell because before the halt, I think the bid ask was something like 23.72, 23.73. Impossible to have a 1 cent spread. Something like this that's moving so quickly with that spread, no, or that float. So you can just, it's going to get halted. Now it's halted, and now the projected open could be 24, 27. Oh, well, is it going to, it looks like it's going to take this, well, it is, it's going to take this out as long as that holds. 25.35, 25.35, the high looking left was 24.75. And here I thought it did so well in the HSDT. This is what I was, guys, this is kind of what I was hoping the HSDT would do. Have a big, like 5, 10, $15 rip. Didn't do it. All right, guys. So now look though. Look. Remember that was 25. That was 25. Now it's 20.35. So for instance, Pepe, I'm not moving away right now. Okay. I'm just gonna I'm gonna hang in right here at this level. Then I'm away from my mic. Maybe just give me some feedback. Oh, grind, guys, ground down a little bit. Uh-huh. And boy, DBGI. Yeah, you know what? I may hold off then and getting a mic. I have a feeling it's just maybe I've been flitting around too much. I've been talking to Pepe, and maybe I've just been flitting around too much. Maybe my head is moving further back and forth from the mic more often than I used to. So maybe I'll hold off. I could do that. Yeah, okay. Oh, you know what happened though? Okay, it's okay. All right, I've just for fun, yeah, Pepe suggested I open a the Discord room. So I'm in there now. Mm. Now, do you need a link to get in, Pepe, or can you get in? Okay, let me know then once you're in, and I'll keep talking. So CXAI coming into, boy, oh boy, yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to believe there's anything to do with AI tomorrow, but you never know. Five is a huge level for it to try to get through. So hopefully, anybody who was in this DBGI, hopefully you took some profit on the way up because this doesn't look good now. Remember when we first on the first halt, when we first looked at it after this halt, the projected open was about 25. Now look at it, 19. So that's not good if you're still in this. But there's no way anybody should have got in this without like probably got in back here. Hopefully, took some profit along the way. So there's DMS on the move also. Oh, you don't see me there? Okay. I forgot how to. Okay. I just unmuted myself. So I'm not sharing my screen, but maybe now you can hear me. I forgot I had to unmute myself. So I'm not sharing the screen though, Pepe. So, but I just unmuted the mic in right here. Just unmuted the mic. Or do I have to do something else? Hmm. Okay. Well, there now. I sort of opened the room. No screen sharing yet, but I sort of opened the room. Okay. I'll send you the link. Invite you in. Gotta remember how to do that. Just give me a moment. I gotta shut my music down. It's too distracting. Okay. How's this? I mean, if that works. All right, guys. So the spy's putting in a nice little move, actually. We've had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and a half, not quite straight up, a couple of pauses, but trying to recover a little bit. Boy, guys, CXAI, I mean, it looks like it wants to take out 5. Well, it got up to 5, got to 491. Right, look at this daily chart for CXAI. You can kind of see that if it can take out 5, the next high is 610. No difference. Okay, no difference. Okay, I'm going to shut that down now. All right, guys. Let's see. UXVE. How am I seeing the projected open? Well, you know how. I'm just looking at time and sales. So now it's halted again, but now it's halted on the way up. So right there, this is time and sales, Interactive Brokers. No, but this, the projected open on the right-hand side is what I've been looking at forever. You're right, it's not trading, but this gives you an idea about where it could open. This is Interactive Brokers. It seems to be pretty accurate. When I call this time and sales, this this is from within Interactive Brokers. The option I pick is time and sales. So, it just happens to be that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not trading, but yeah. Well, you're right. That is the last trade, 2158. But Interactive Brokers shows you the projected open on the right hand side, the bid ask. Yeah, no, well, okay. Let's within Interactive Brokers, for me to get this screen up and running, I go to File, New Window, okay, and then I pick Time and Sales. And this is the window that shows up. That's why I always call it Time and Sales, okay? But of course, yeah, it's not trading right now, but that's the big red. The price in red, of course, that means that it's not trading any right now, but this usually gives us an indication about where it could open. That's all. Sure. You've seen this a million times, Grumpy. Well, a million, maybe I'm exaggerating, but seriously, I bring this up all the time when a stock is halted. And that's where we sort of try to estimate where it could open, whether it's going to be good or bad. Good, obviously, if you're in the stock above the current halt price. Bad if it's below it. I don't know where to check for that, Pepe. I have no idea where. Okay. Control panel first. Okay, now what? So we're going overtime now. Okay, click sound. Okay. The speaker, the crisp audio speaker here, or something else. Click recording tab. Recording. Okay. Now the minute I did that, it sounded very tinny on my end. If that's what you're hearing, okay, that's cool. Then maybe that's what you're hearing. Okay. Now what? Properties. Okay. Now what? Levels tab. Okay. So I'm at 17. So what I'm hearing now in my earphone would not be great. And maybe that's what you guys are hearing. Seems low. So what would you suggest going up to? Just to try it. Okay. I love this. Thank you, Pepe. If this is the answer, great. Okay. How about 41? Okay, so I'll apply it. So I'll just jot down 17 was what it was before. I've never been in this, so I don't know. I've not made any changes that I'm aware of, but okay. Okay. See, it's very tinny now on my end. But how is it on your end? Any different? Okay. Now the tinniness might be because I had Discord open, and that sometimes. All right. Well, maybe that was it. Maybe it was just the sound level. Thanks, Pepe. Saves me a trip to Best Buy. Okay, thank you. I'll just I mean, if the sound on my end coming in my earphones is not wonderful, I can deal with that. It's not the end of the world. It's all about you guys. So okay, so this is all I was looking at. Okay, I don't know why you couldn't see this, Grumpy. Okay, this is this NBBO next by a bid next best bid offer, whatever it's called. Um, so when a stock is halted, for me, I have this column over here that will show me the bid ask, the potential bid ask. All right, well, that must be the answer then. Somehow the sound level did not, somehow got adjusted. All right, well, good, excellent, good to know. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, Pepe, what would I do without you? What happens if I jacked it up to 60 from 40? At least now I'm going to write that down though. Control panel, sounds, and then levels, etc. Okay, guys, I think that's it then for me. I'm going to cede control to William. Okay. That is back to normal. So okay, guys. I'll keep the room open. You will not see my screen anymore, but I'll keep the room open, and William will close it down around 4 o'clock. So again, thanks for all of the help again. Let me get my script together here. I don't have to. That's right. William, you do my script for me. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute now and I'll shut down. Well, you know what I might do no, I'll just shut down. Okay, guys, on mute now. Now, unfortunately, with the YouTubers, I do have to shut you guys down now, okay? Because I cannot monitor it. Nobody can monitor it for me. So I'm gonna have to shut the YouTube room down now. So thanks for you guys for all the help also.